when it comes to the electronic communications, development of the informational technologies, that is very hot issue, of course also in our country and elsewhere. I would like to take this opportunity and pay the special tribute and the special thanks to the Council of Europe, because through their support it was possible to start this forum, and this year also they are very active supporters. I also would like to thank to the Czech Republic of Georgia for the support in the implementation of the action plan and supporting any also many other organizations and the Association of the Telecom Operations of Georgia, because you know that their role are really very important. Argentine Pence and other donor organizations and the sponsors. So now in 2021 we have the hybrid the system. My first introduction was a sort of new normal in a new reality, and of course the hybrid format is more interesting. And I think that this forum will be very impressive with regard to the specifics of the topics of its agenda, the content, and we have already heard about a few of them. And we have here representatives from the different agencies, and I also do hope that many of our citizens have the great interest toward this type of the fora. The pandemic already showed that telecommunication field is a very strategic one, and it demonstrates that it is integral part of our life, even more integral than we used to think about it. So here I would like to just say again the words of one of the British participants who said that today definition of the telecommunication services has to be changed. So it is not the standard service sphere. That is the critical infrastructure and strategic infrastructure for the country, for the state. I think that regulating the commission as the regulating body of the field, it was always clear that this is the field which really requires uninterrupted development, introduction of the state of art, the achievements, and of course we do hope that active contribution, active participation of the different stakeholders will provide us with the better strategies and the better developments. As we have today and tomorrow this forum, we do hope that we will be speaking about Georgia's digital hub perspectives, open the communication market, as well as the perspective of the introduction of the mobile operator, as well as the readiness for the introducing the new system, the 5G, as well as the quality of internet, the digital literacy, etc., etc. So I wish you successful today forum. Thank you again to all of you for coming and for your interest. Thank you very much, Ms. Eka. Now I would like to ask the ambassador of the Republic of the Czech Republic, Mr. Peter Mikiskas, and I would like to take this opportunity and pay the special tribute and the thanks for helping in mountainous area, especially to the families with many children. Please, Mr. Peter, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much. I hope you can.
Ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. Ბატონო მინისტრის მოადგილე, ბატონო ეკატერინე, მოგესალმებით ყველას. ჩემთვის დიდი პატივია, რომ მე ვესწრები ამ ფორუმის გახსნას. ეს თემა, რომელზეც თქვენ საუბრობთ და ისაუბრებთ დღეს და ხვალ უაღრესად დიდი მნიშვნელობის არის.
encouraging the memorandum.
მე ვფიქრობ, რომ ის მემორანდუმი, რომელიც ჩვენ შორის არსებობს, კიდევ უფრო შეუწყობს ხელს ამ სფეროს განვითარებას. ჩვენ მზად ვართ, რომ კვლავ გავაგრძელოთ ის დახმარება, რომელიცაც ვეწეოდით აქამდე და ასევე უფრო მეტი ხელშეწყობის საშუალება გქონდეს ინტერნეტ მმართველობის სფეროს თვალსაზრისით. რა თქმა უნდა, სხვადასხვა ქვეყნებს აქვთ მთელი რიგი გამოცდილება, სხვადასხვა სახის მიღწევები, რომელთა გაზიარება და საქართველოს სინამდვილეზე მორგება ერთ-ერთი უმნიშვნელოვანესი ამოცანა არის. ასევე ჩვენ გვაქვს საშუალება ვნახოთ, თუ როგორ ვითარდება ინტერნეტ საზოგადოება საქართველოში და არა მხოლოდ საქართველოში, ვითარდება ინსტიტუციები, თუმცა საჭირო არის, რა თქმა უნდა, მეტი ინსტიტუციური გაძლიერება კიბერუსაფრთხოებასთან დაკავშირებით, ზოგადად ინტერნეტ უსაფრთხოებასთან დაკავშირებით, პირადი მონაცემების დაცვასთან დაკავშირებით, რომელიც ასევე აქტიურად ეხმიანება ამ საკითხს და ჩვენ მოწმენი ვართ იმ ტრანსფორმაციისა, იმ განვითარებისა, რომელიც აბსოლუტურად სახეზე არის დღეს. ჩვენი გამოცდილება გვაძლევს საშუალებას ვთქვათ, ანუ ხედულობაში მაქვს ბოლო წლების განვითარება და გამოცდილება, რომ ის სტრატეგიული მნიშვნელობა, რომელიც დღეს მიენიჭა განსაკუთრებით ამ COVID-19 ფონზე ინტერნეტს ქსელებს და მათ განვითარებას,
needed to eliminate the dangerous influence of some state and non-state actors. There are international platforms and fora for setting up the rules, and it's important that Georgia is included in the process of discussion and shaping of the policies. In this regard, I would like to draw the attention, among others, to Global Partnership for Artificial Intelligence that the Czech Republic became member just 2 weeks ago, and which includes all key players in this field. And this partnership is focusing on sustainable development of artificial intelligence based on human rights, inclusivity, diversity, innovations, and economic growth. These approaches need to be included in all our discussions, and I am sure that they will be part of this forum as well. Dear friends, allow me to wish you a successful debate leading to safer, reliable, and sustainable internet environment in Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Mr. Peter. And now I would like to give the floor to the head of the office of the Council of Europe, the Ms. Natalia Vudova, please. I hope that you hear me okay. So, I'd like to welcome all the participants to today's event and to express our particular gratitude to the Ministry of Economy, to the Communication Commission and the Internet Society, as well as to the organizers for the fruitful cooperation through the many years we have had and for the organization of today's event. Particular thanks to the ambassador of the Czech Republic to Georgia for his remarks, as well as for the support of your country, Mr. Ambassador, to the Action Plan Council of Europe, Georgia, within which this event is taking place. And we would like also to express our gratitude to you for the support of this forum. So why the Council of Europe will think that this is an important event in the field of internet governance in Georgia, and that we are absolutely happy to support it. First of all, the right to access to internet was recently enshrined in the Constitution of Georgia, making Georgia one of the few countries in the world that includes this right in the Constitution. Hence, the importance Georgia attributes to the internet is evident and so right. Secondly, though we all know that ensuring internet, especially during the pandemic times, which are there to stay, which is safe and free, is at the same time a very complex task. If Georgia wants to handle this task as declared, it
might wish to take decisions in the field of internet through democratic processes. This is exactly why this forum exists, and this purposes this forum. It gathers public institutions, private companies, communities, universities, non-governmental organizations, as well as the general public together to enable communication, discussions, and coordination among these important actors in order to make sure that Georgians have access to a democratic and free internet. This platform is also a way to raise the importance of the internet governance in Georgia and to engage all the participants in not only meaningful discussions, but also in decisions that has to be taken with respect to the internet. At the Council of Europe, we are proud to have had the opportunity to support the establishment of this forum back in 2015, as well as further develop it until today. We have witnessed the forum to gather around 30 members by 2017, followed by hosting the European Internet Governance Dialogue in 2018 and the Youth School establishment in 2019. This brings me to another milestone, which at the Council of Europe we are very happy to facilitate in 2021. This is the Memorandum of Cooperation between the Forum and the Committee of the Economic Development of the Parliament of Georgia. It is the mandate of the latter to legislate in the field of the internet. So I'm very happy that as from now, this important stakeholder in the field of the internet will also join the forum. Many thanks to the forum members represented by Mr. Ucha Seturi and Mr. David Songulashvili, the chair of the committee, for their readiness to sign the memorandum. I look forward to the ceremony of the signature, which will take place after the welcoming speeches, and I wish you a successful event ahead with interesting panel discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Natalia. Again, I would like to thank you very, very much for the constant support to our forum. And without your assistance, it wouldn't have been possible to achieve it. And now I would like to ask Ms. Anita Singh, who is from the United Nations, the forum, that is the, please, Ms. Henriette. Global Internet Governance Forum.
Thank you very much, Ucha. I hope you can all see my screen. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's an honor to be here with you for the 7th Georgian IGF, and I really want to commend you on Georgia as we heard from the Council of Europe, being one of the few countries that have officially recognized the right to access to the internet as being fundamental. So thank you very much for including me. I wanted to tell you a little bit about the IGF. I'm very honored to be here in the same virtual room with Ucha Seturi, who is a member of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. But just to give you an overview of what will be happening at the global IGF, and I do hope you can also participate in it. I'm just trying to move my slides. Let's see if that's working. Yes. Firstly, to give you a little bit about the context of IGF 2021. Firstly, the pandemic has affected us as it has affected so many other events in the whole world. And it has changed how we've organized the IGF, and it's resulted in this hybrid format, which is challenging, but also powerful in its own way, as the representative from the Telecommunications Association said earlier. The other factor that is influencing the global IGF, but I think also regional and national IGF, such as yourselves, is this process to establish more digital cooperation that was initiated by the United Nations Secretary General, first through this roadmap for digital cooperation, and it has since continued with the nomination process closing yesterday for a new leadership panel for the IGF. The continuously expanding internet and internet governance ecosystem is also a challenge for the IGF. How does the IGF remain relevant when there are so many spaces where internet-related policy matters are being discussed? And then there's this pressure on the IGF to produce outcomes, which is also challenging because to some extent that is absolutely relevant. We have to be impact-oriented with our IG global, national and regional, but we also have to value dialogue and engagement across stakeholder groups as something of value in itself. And the goals of the IGF is to be inclusive, to be relevant, and to always remain community driven. That bottom up aspect of the IGF is a very important part of the IGF's characteristics. Can you hear me, by the way? I hear a little bit of noise. You can hear me clearly, good. Then next on the horizon is this new leadership panel that's going to change the IGF. I hope that Georgians remain interested and participate and follow this new process. It will be a new structure made up of leaders from government, civil society and business and the technical community that participates in the IGF. And then very importantly, IGF renewal in 2025. But let me move on. I think the thing about the IGF that's extremely important is to understand that it's no longer just an event. It has intersessional, as we refer to it, modalities where people work in communities of interest and practice throughout the year to do research, develop solutions to specific problems. And I won't dwell on all of them, but we have one on cybersecurity, which is looking at cyber norms and how cyber norms can be developed and implemented effectively. We have a policy network on universal and meaningful access. We also have the extended network of IGF national and regional forums and youth IGFs. And there are now around 140 around the world. Somewhere in there is Georgia. So it's very good to be in this Georgian IGF because it just demonstrates how people are taking this modality and using it at a national level to create more meaningful collaboration between different institutions and stakeholders. The 16th IGF will consist of this hybrid event. It will have more than 200 sessions in Katowice in Poland. It's being hosted by the government of Poland. It has a high-level track, a parliamentary track. We're trying to involve national policymakers more in the process, and a youth track. There'll be an IGF village, and there'll be remote hubs and various social events. I will move on and just talk about the hybrid participation. The IGF will be hosted fully online. In other words, even people that are face-to-face in Katowice participating will also have access to Zoom, the platform that we will use, and we'll experiment with that way of giving everyone a level playing field. So everyone who's on site will also be online, and everyone who's online, obviously, will be online. And just before I close, just to mention some of the issues, because I think some of these are also of relevance to you. The content of IGF 2021 was developed by the MAG, the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, based on input from the community. And the two main themes are universal access and meaningful connectivity, and economic and social inclusion and human rights. And the other cross-cutting themes are trust, security, stability, inclusive internet governance, environmental sustainability and climate change, and then emerging regulation and market structure. It's extremely important that as there is a move towards more regulation of the internet, that there's more discussion about how that regulation should take place, what its impact should be. I'm very sorry that my presentation is displaying in such a terrible way. I'm not sure why. But just to invite you to attend the event, there'll be lots of different activities. There'll be cultural activities, and you can participate online. As I said, you can also follow IGF sessions via YouTube on the IGF YouTube channel. So please visit the website, register, and I look forward to your participation. And I want to close by really just wishing you a very successful Georgian IGF and to commend you for bringing together people from key institutions like the telecom sector, from regulators, from government, to talk about the internet in a way that's meaningful to you. These IGFs at national level create lasting relationships that I think creates a much more solid foundation for internet related policy in Georgia, but also for implementation. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to seeing you at the Global IGF.
Thank you very much for this very important intervention and for our support. And now I would like to give the floor to the the president of the Internet Society, who is the supporter of our the forum. We started this cooperation together with the Ministry of Economy, and I would like to thank her for two very important projects. And now I would like to give the floor to Jane. Jane, please.
Thank you, Ucha, and hello to all. I'd like to thank the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Communications, the Georgian Communications Commission, and all other organizers of the 7th IGF in Tbilisi. I was there in 2019 to see one of the kickoffs with Ucha and others, and I want to just say that it has been such a pleasure to see the changes in Georgia with respect to connectivity. You have been very creative, innovative, and you've led the way to show other countries how you can bring in community networks, build a bigger community, and be very inclusive. And you're looking at ways to provide connectivity in the high mountain regions and the rural remote areas that we have been talking about with you, and we've been promoting, and other people have been asking us about Georgia. They've said, wow, look at what the Georgians have done. We've said, yes, they've looked at spectrum, they've changed licensing, they've opened up the way they provide connectivity. And as Henriette was saying, if we're looking at the path to universal connectivity in the world, Georgia has shown the world that there is a way to include access in its constitution, to change the way people are getting connected. As Ucha knows well, and others on this call, I'm a big fan of community networks, but I also am a big advocate, and I'm keen to see connectivity in any form, in any way, creative way. And I think that we've seen during the pandemic how important the internet and connectivity was. It was our lifeline. It was an economic, social, educational way that we could connect. And I'm talking to you now from the United States, where I haven't been able to travel, and Ucha knows I'd rather be there with you in person in Tbilisi, and maybe again someday when all of this is over. But the Internet Governance Forum has been a key way for all of us to connect, to build a bigger community, as Henriette has said. And thank you to Henriette and some of her colleagues at APC, because they've been such great partners as well, and keen advocates of connectivity, inclusion, digital equity, and many other issues related to governance. We're big fans of the Internet Governance Forum. We hope to see people online there as well, and just put in a pitch for people to participate. We really do need an inclusive way for anyone to have the ability to access the internet for economic and social development. I just want to highlight the fact that, again, Georgia has been a leader, and we often talk about Georgia again with the changes you've made to spectrum allocation, the way you've looked at community networks, and congratulations to all the partners working with the ministry, the regulator, the economic council that is looking at better development in the regions. It has been a pleasure to see how much change has taken place in the country. And I just want to also say that you've shown other countries that innovative financing through small startup funding can help lead the path forward to more change. And I just want to tell you how happy the Internet Society has been to be a participant with you and to build out that connectivity. I do want to mention the importance of partnership. It's something that Henriette also touched upon. The Internet Society as a partner never wants to be a single point of failure. We always believe in bringing in more partners. And so I think you've also shown the way there, Ucha, with the community. And we just want to thank you again for hosting this event. We wish you the best for the next couple of days, and we can only look forward to more great news coming out of Georgia. Thank you very much.
Jane, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jane. I understand it's very, very early morning in the United States, and thank you so much for that. And also, I wish to thank many of our other supporters who unfortunately were missing today because of the different restrictions, especially two major participants, Rai Pensis and ICANN, who play a great role in internet governance, but unfortunately they couldn't hook up today. They couldn't join today, but they are our supporters. They were working with them, and on behalf of all the forum members, thank you so much. And I truly apologize for this type of connectivity. Or and now I'd like to give the floor to Mrs. Eka Sepashvili, Deputy the Speaker of the Parliament. Please, Mrs. Eka. Yes, thank you very much. I first of all wish to express acknowledgements to the organizers of this conference, this forum. And many of my thanks also goes to the Council of Europe that supported the Internet Governance Forum in Georgia. Development and facilitation of internet governance in Georgia is extremely important. As you know, a memorandum is upcoming to be signed between the Parliament Committee on Economic Issues will also be a co-signer for the memorandum to further internet connectivity in Georgia. Internet is one of the major, I would say, aspects of our modern life, and the Georgian Parliament wants to play a role so that we're able to, I would say, catch up with the challenges, with the modern challenges, because we as Parliament may be called on to form the policy and to keep up with the changes. And of course, the Parliament is going to be part of all those developments. We'll be signing the memorandum of cooperation on the side of the Parliament, and we'll have the chance to. This will enable us to be part of various discussions taking place within this forum. And we'll be working with global players such as the Global Internet Governance Forum, European and Eastern European Internet Governance Forums. This will enable the Parliament to, stick by the principles such as and work on issues such as openness, security, safety, and so on. I wish all the luck to the participants and the organizers of the conference during these days, and I'll join you with a speech at 3 o'clock concerned with my speech on disinformation or fake information. Thank you very much. Many thanks to all the panelists who have opened the forum, and now I'd like to give the floor to Mrs. Tamuna Kobachidze, from the Council of Europe. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. Many thanks to all the panelists who have opened the floor today. I'm glad that the Council of Europe is an institutional partner to co-organize the forum, and hope our support will help deepen the cooperation with our partner organizations on internet issues. So we're glad to facilitate also the signature, the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding. I think this is an important event for the Parliament and for other members of the forum. And I think I guess we can now move on to a memorandum is being now signed between on behalf of the Parliament, between the Parliament of Georgia and Internet Governance Forum. Internet Governance Forum is represented by Ucha Seturi, and Eka Sepashvili is representing the Parliament Committee on Economy and other issues. I thank all on behalf of the Council of Europe, and I really wish you all the best luck in your cooperation. The next panel will be devoted to infrastructure and achievements related to that. I would like to ask the moderator, representative of the ICT department of the Ministry of Economy, to moderate and open and moderate the next session. Hello, Ucha. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for taking part in the conference. As we speak about internet governance, this would be impossible without broadband internet. So I'll start and then give the floor to other panelists. I wish to mention before we start that we're limited in time. There's a lot of speakers to appear. So please keep to the 5-minute rule so that we're able to also take questions at the end. In terms of development of the broadband internet, a few words about the events that the ministry has undertaken to develop broadband internet. Mr. Graham has discussed, has mentioned the strategy approved last year. With the technical and financial assistance of the European Union, we developed the strategy, which is completely consonant with the EU policy, which is 1 gigabyte per second. And also the plan is to cover the entire territory of Georgia with 4G internet. 4G is already applicable in Georgia. We're just talking about covering the entire territory, which means 100 gigabytes, 100 megabytes access to 100 megabytes by internet users. And we're testing 1 gigabyte per second in three municipalities. So these are the figures envisaged by the current strategy. The strategy is not only about broadband internet coverage, but it also, as we speak about broadband infrastructure, internet infrastructure, it's also important to raise awareness of the population and the digital skills of the population in that direction. So the strategy also envisages steps to raise the informedness of the population about broadband internet, access to broadband internet, and we'll use the OpenNet and communications commissions and other partners to achieve the goals that I've just discussed, that are goals that are set by the strategy. The broadband internet will cover the entire territory of Georgia. Everyone, every citizen and everyone in Georgia will have access to this internet speed. The government has started state internetization program. We have Marika Sulaberice, chief of OpenNet, who will discuss these strategies and measures in detail. And now, as I said, the target according to the project is 20 to 25 megabytes. But if we can't cover villages and settlements with less than 200 inhabitants, and these are mainly high mountain regions where businesses don't want to develop their own private network. In that case, the government, there's a Ministry of Economy, will continue subsidizing and providing state support to to internetization, we conducted 2 internetization projects in Tusheti and Khersoreti. Government supported internetization projects. And of course, credit should be paid to not only the Ministry of Economy, but to many donors, many partners, and extremely great thanks for support and building the network to the medium and small telecom operators association that supervise the project, and also to the donors. Our next step in terms of community internetization is going to be the Ajara region, specifically the montane part of Ajara region, and in parallel we'll be working with OpenNet to cover those places that commercial internet will not be covered by commercial internet. And another thing to mention, when it comes to development of the broadband internet, will be supporting the government, will be supporting businesses and telecom operators to develop their business. We've drafted a bill on internet infrastructure, and the bill will work to minimize the costs of operators to build their infrastructure everywhere in Georgia. So it's about also sharing infrastructure with telecom operators. And for example, to give you a clear example, take natural gas power, and while the builder is building a house, it takes into account already that the house will need gas supply and water supply. So much like this, all the builders will, mandatorily take into account that the building is going to need internet. This would certainly ease the job of telecom operators to hook future internet users of newly built homes to the internet. Now, another priority, according to the strategy, is a digital hub. Georgia is determined to turn itself into a digital hub, which means international so it means optical fiber connectivity on the one hand, but on the other hand, it means turning Georgia into a digital center for the regional players, and also to attract the big players such as Facebook, Amazon, so that they are interested in forming a regional hub in Georgia, so that they can deliver different services from Georgia to the neighboring countries. These are the major things that are upcoming according to the strategy, and the other events. For more information, please visit the Internet Development Strategy of the Georgian government. If you have any questions, you can address those questions to us. We've started with the World Bank working on a strategy to develop. So we'll be developing another internet strategy with the World Bank. We have different interested stakeholders involved, and of course, when the strategy draft, we'll be discussing that draft with you and with other partners. The strategy will be about development of electronic services, both the state government offered and private services. Thank you so much for your attention. This is what I wanted to say. So I will end the speech, I'd say, on behalf of the Ministry of Economy, but my colleague Marika Sulabedze from OpenNet will take it over in terms of internetization, continuation of state strategies. Many thanks to the organizers for holding this conference, and many thanks for inviting me as well. I'll be speaking in a few words, some novelties and news from the general government internalization program. OpenNet is working to deliver broadband internet connection to regions of Georgia. We started active work in that regard in June 2020. First pilot project was launched. And in fact, I'm proud to say that the first pilot project is now completed in Ozurgeti, and not only we conducted the network, but this network already has consumers today, and local telecom operators are using our network to deliver their services to the population. I think the major value of the project is to give local operators so-called our middle mile to deliver high quality internet through our network to the population. So that's the biggest value of it. Another designation of OpenNet is the pilot project that's been run in Tbilisi municipality. It will be completed. The Tbilisi project will be completed by the end of this year. And so we certainly hope that this other project is going to be as successful as the Ozurgeti project. We pay visits to regions to see where we can deliver our services, and we see so high preparedness on the part of the population, a lot of willingness we see from the local inhabitants. They want to access internet, and they're very, eager to see to see us working, and this of course motivates us to be more active in implementing our project. Now, as regards the World Bank backed logging project, the project is entitled Logging. Logging Georgia project involves not only the building of infrastructure, but the project is quite broad. It covers facilitation of the Ministry of Economy and Communications Commission in regulation issues. One of the big components of that project is digital awareness program, which Mrs. Eka has mentioned. She talked about importance of digital awareness. And it's important that within the Logging Georgia project, in the regions where OpenNet will build the infrastructure, it will also conduct awareness raising campaigns. The communications campaign, the Commission is leading in that regard. They've started communication awareness raising activities in Ozurgeti, and probably when the commission's time comes, they will be speaking in more detail about this. They will be covering also and involving different community groups such as women, children, people with disabilities, and they will be conducting training courses in that regard. As for the training, this year we've been working actively with the World Bank experts to develop a concept design for the country. So we selected a topic for the future tenders. As you know, until 2025, we have time until 2025 to cover 5,000 kilometers. Documentation has already been prepared, and we announced 2 tenders in Raja and Lechumi. By the end of the year, we'll be announcing 2 more tenders, and we hope we'll be getting quotations from the construction companies, the building companies, and we'll hope to accelerate the tempo, because we see a lot of motivation on the part of population. We see a lot of readiness awareness on the part of local inhabitants. So that's in short, in briefs, and if there are any questions, I'm here to take them. Thank you, Marika. Marika has mentioned Login, Georgia. I didn't discuss that project because Mariam was to cover those issues, and the Communications Commission, GNCC, is one of our important partners. We can't, of course, achieve our goals without GNCC. And now I would like to ask Ekaterina Medadze on behalf of the GNCC to say a couple of words. Yes, thank you very much. Greetings to the participants. I'll be speaking about continuing with the market issues from the perspective of the regulating commission. The role of GNCC, as we see it, as a facilitator of this process, internetization process. So I'll be discussing both from the regional point of view of Georgia becoming a regional hub, and also our future plans as GNCC. We live now in what people call post-pandemic epoch. And quality of the connectivity has a new bet has been made on the quality of internet connectivity. Pandemic gave a great stimulus in terms of accelerating all the digital technologies, including the quality and speed of internet. One of the things that I would like to mention is a document published by the European Regulators Association. The document sets 4 major directions in which Europe will be working, which the other world, the other parts of the world can take an example of. So the 4 objectives of Europe. So if digital equality means, first of all, existence and accessibility of infrastructure. This is something what Login Georgia project is about. Another major direction is accessibility of services to the consumers, the economic accessibility and choice. Number 3 is the so-called digital literacy. Something Communications Commission has been working on very actively. Last week we completed a week of digital or media literacy, which was about increasing media awareness of the population. Number four, the 4th element is that the digital literacy should be bringing economic profits, especially for the small and medium enterprises, which is small and medium operators in our case. It is the small and medium operators who should become, the mediators who deliver, or middlemen who are to deliver the services to the actual consumers. As for the plans of the GNCC and how we view the future in internetization, there was an IT forum of regulators in 2021, and today a winged phrase was that regulators' role has been expanded and they have turned into facilitators. And yes, we also regard ourselves, GNCC, as not only a regulator but also as a facilitator. The first thing we'll be working on is harmonization of regulatory environment, which trickles down to two issues. First, it's the regulatory framework, and we're trying to harmonize our framework with the European regulations. It will also facilitate the transparency of local investment environment. It also attracts is to attract foreign investment. So we need this infrastructure so that foreign investors can understand and safely invest in Georgia. The other direction that we'll be working is a competitive environment. And this is why we use harmonized regulations to guarantee competition. In order to guarantee competition, we regulate the barriers to enter the market.
So I go back to the ambitious goal that we have to remove the barriers for the entry to the market, and it must be accessible for the operators. The network, the communication, in order to provide, to deliver to the final consumer this product, and also just to introduce new technologies as fast as possible. We also have some other the projects, for instance, the holistic study or survey of the market, and you already approved it. It will be through the technical the support of the European Union. That's the TIEX project, and within which we are going just to consider the context of the telecommunication market, what type of barriers exist there for the players of the market. It will be for both mobile market as well as for the fixed one, as well as the evaluation of the internet. I would like to identify here very hot topics. That is again the virtual mobile operator, and as well as the introduction of the big stream to the market. Another direction we are going to work on, and is also related to the internet forum, the agenda, that is the preconditions for the market in order to realize the internet exchange point. So the XP, and what is necessary to be done in the market in order to encourage it, including the peering as well as the mutual connection, etc. We plan to work in this direction, and I would like to connect it to the ambitions which we have in the country related to the broadband strategy. If we would like to become the leader in the region and to have the digital hub in Georgia. And that's why it is quite important to have all the preconditions which I have already enlisted above. Another direction the Commission is working on, and one of my colleagues will be speaking about it in a more the detailed manner, that is the introduction of the new type of the internet, and we have already made some steps ahead because we extended the interest with regard to the fifth generation of the network, and more details will be introduced by my colleague. Another direction I would like to be mentioned here, with your permission, and when it comes to the digital the economy, we need, of course, so-called the digital map, providing the market players to have the information, to have the ideas of what type of communication market and infrastructure we have in Georgia. This is also very important for the foreign investors, where there are the specific niches, and also what type of the services it can provide. And the last maybe, or one more let's say, yeah, so-called the last but not least important direction where we see our role is that we need to secure to ensure our implementation in creating the legislative frame within which, first of all, we think about the critical infrastructure regulation, regulation about the sharing of the internet network, as well as the other, I would say, very important regulating the bills. Cybersecurity is another field where we also need the development of the regulation and many other issues. So, in the, for the reason of summarizing, I would like to remind you that it is really very important to have very close cooperation with the different institutions, with the ministry, but most important is the involvement of all the stakeholders, including the operators. Then another ambition which we have, that is the environment of the regulating framework, because here active position of the operators is really very important. We mean here all type of the players, the smaller, bigger, etc. So this type of the approach will enable us to improve the situation and to have the good, even exemplary regulating environment. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please feel free and I can, of course, respond. Thank you very much, Mr. Katarina. I would like to remind to the audience, if you have any questions, you can also put the question in the chat using the Zoom. And if you have any questions from the audience, please feel free. Yeah, I agree to the Communication Commission that the private sector is one of the most important institution, or let's say the part of the society, and we really need to develop the environment which will be more attractive for them. We have to ease their activities and their life in order just to provide the different type of these services to our population. Also, I would like to mention that it was already referred from the Commission, from the side of the Deputy Minister. The COVID pandemic really demonstrated the importance, even more importance of the infrastructure, of the internet infrastructure, and we, the Ministry of Infrastructure, have the special obligation to coordinate this sphere if there is any crisis situation. And we did it. We coordinated more than 300 the operators, including the postal operators during the lockdown. And this cooperation was very effective. We also encouraged them, we facilitated them, and we tried to solve their problems. And what I have seen there, that is their social responsibility, their dedication and the commitment in order not to impede for instance, the educational processes, the distance learning, and others and others. And again, I would like to thank the operators. Now I would like to ask the Hatuna India, the General Consulate of the new systems and the networks. Welcome everybody. It's a great honor for me to participate in this forum, because we believe that this type of the challenges shall be really discussed at this type of the fora, because now we have to translate the ideas into the construction of the new networks and the new systems. Thank you very much. We also heard about the evaluation, estimation done by the governmental agencies, as well as it was quite interesting to hear our European partners' visions of them with regard of Georgia and Georgia's development. I represent the group of companies which has the broadband infrastructure on the bottom of the Black Sea, which is connected with the Russian Federation, crossing the entire territory of Georgia, and also is linked with Turkey down to the south to Azerbaijan and Armenia. Therefore, it is very critical to hear the views of our state with regard of the broadband development as well as the fast internet access. But now I also would like to present from our side the problems and challenges as well as the vision what we, the private sector, are facing in this particular field. Without the participation of the state, it is impossible to even have the dream for implementing such the comprehensive programs. But also state cannot implement this type of the project without very active involvement of the private sector. Every well-developed and the free market is based on the private sector. And the private sector is the power which creates the market, which provides the services, and which in fact is a critically important, and especially when it comes to the crisis, as Ms. Eka mentioned, the entire private sector was involved, participated in the process of overcoming the COVID-19, the aftermath. Otherwise, we cannot speak about the economic development. So we believe that protection of the private sector, implementation of the legislative changes are very important for our country, and it has to become the priority of our state. We also need to attract the attention of our European partners because it can encourage the development of the broadband system. Maybe in this in the legislation field, association agreement is the most important document because it also includes the electronic communication. And another is the directive adopted by the Council of Europe and the European Commission. It's a code of we call it the code or CODA, and we do believe that these two documents make the basement today, which we have to take into account, and Georgian legislation has to be approximated to the demands and the requirements which are well envisaged there. Unfortunately, we are quite behind of those legislative pieces of the legislation, and I welcome the initiative of the Commission with regard of the harmonization. But in order to have the good implementation of the harmonization process, we have to make decisive steps. We've been waiting for them, but we fail to see very good, specific and concrete steps ahead. The first legislative, the act, which really requires very fast the reorganization and its compliance with these two documents. This is the law on the electronic communications. And the first changes, first amendments, let's say the key aspects I would like to underline there, because we think that they need very the timely changes. First and foremost, that is the scope of the regulations, the framework of the Communication Commission, and goals and objectives of the regulation must be clearly identified, reviewed, and put in compliance with the requirements of the association agreement as well as with the European Code. Because we need to understand what market is regulated and what is the key subject of the regulation. So, you know that the broadband development is the key issue here, as well as the access to it. Also, European document explains the strategies, how to we have to pursue this way. When we speak about the scope of the regulation of the Commission, first and foremost, it has to put in compliance or in harmony with the association agreement and the code. The second important challenge with regard of the electronic communication, that is the transparency of the budget of the Commission and as well as the evaluation of its purposeful expenditure. In the European Code, you find the special provision which says that the financial independence of the regulating commission shall not be equalized or understood in a way that its expenditure is not audited or checked and controlled by the relevant bodies. In our country, we have the specific law, that is a law on the state audit, which also really requires some changes. And we think that the control over the budget expenditure and its purposefulness must become the key issue for the development of the financial resources. And it must be also included in the important strategies, because the existing strategies do not comply with the modern requirements, European standards I talked about above. And the third key issue in the law of the electronic communication is maybe the latest change. And you remember we had quite a critical the conclusion from the Venice Commission. These changes must be improved, and it must be the objective of the Commission and not of the private sector. It must be also the objective of the European partners, or those who are working on the harmonization of the legislation and sharing of those conclusions and observations made by the Venice Commission. First and foremost, there's the protection of the private property, which is grossly violated through the changes and amendments made recently in the law. So, this is the constitutional right, and violation of the property right creates the huge barrier for the development of the infrastructure, for attracting the new investments, etc., etc. And first and foremost, it is really very bad for the future development, because if we would like to be for instance, the hub in the region, or even the Silk Road, like we are positioned in Europe, we need to think about it. Another important challenge, which is quite problematic, and you already talked about it, but again, I would like to draw your attention to this issue, that is the law on sharing the infrastructure, and you mentioned about it. 2 years already, draft law has been prepared, but it is still on a table or maybe on a shelf. Please, maybe you will tell us what type of new the steps you are going to make in this direction. Another is the law on the e-commerce, which also is not developed. We haven't seen this law. Another is the definition of the critical infrastructure, as well as the attitude of the government to the critical infrastructure is very important. Another is the digitalization of the state institutions, and here really you need the involvement of the private sector. Here I mean the legal companies as well as the agrarian markets. Another important issue, it's here, energy systems, which is related to the green energy. And today we have so important the new projects in this field because all of them are related to the development of the broadband the system development as well as the sharing of the infrastructure, because we have so much expenditure with regard of the energy sector. And another is the construction and the local municipality digitalization would be very important, because we need to breed the demand requirement, which in the future would provide us with the possibility to use these systems. The systems we are speaking about, Ms. Natalie made a very good remark with regard of the involvement of the private sector as well as the participation, not only sharing the information, but implementation of the new projects through their involvement. It can speed up the processes, and it will be very important for both the public and private interests and implementation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hatuna. Yes, I would like to remind our speakers to confine themselves within the time for 5 minutes, maybe, not more. Thank you very much, Hatuna. I really wished to hear from the side of the private sector to hear about the works implemented by private the sectors. However, we heard more questions here, because you know that we have this special session for Q&A. Yes, it is important to have the state sector's involvement, Minister of Economy, whenever any the bill on any act is being developed. Of course, we take into account the visions, approaches of the different stakeholders. It was about the Green Georgia, it was about the broadband project, etc., etc., including the digital economy strategy elaboration. You know that we have the working group because we always have the priority to invite the private sector, and not only private sector, but all the stakeholders. Yeah, I will respond to your questions. It would be Miseka, I also would like to respond. You know, I just put all the questions and I'll try to respond to her afterwards. Okay, now about the commitments and the obligations under the association agreement, we know that we have those obligations. We know the directives you talked about, and the part of our obligations, we have already elaborated the draft laws from our side, from the side of the Commission. We already agreed on them. When it comes to the code, Georgia has no such obligation, because that is a case that must be decided at the political level, because it's a new code. Even for the European countries, even they have not implemented so far. Only a few European countries, some parts of the code, they achieved the harmonization of their national legislations. So whenever we have the political decision, we can consider, of course, the different elements of the code. The topics we are speaking about now, the place, which is about, of course, without the international cooperation, it is absolutely impossible. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Peter Dunn, the representative of the European Union in Georgia. Thank you very much, Mr. Peter.
Thank you very much. Also, I'm happy to be here with you, and of course there have been already important topics mentioned, and I will start where you ended. Indeed, the regulatory and the legislative framework are important, and also policy coordination. among state institutions and agencies, but also together with, of course, private sector. That's where we, as European Union, can be, I believe, helpful, and we will continue working also closely with all stakeholders in Georgia. I think one of the good examples is also the broadband strategy that was developed with EU funding and with cooperation with World Bank and all stakeholders, actually. And this broadband strategy already defines some, I think, good elements when it comes to challenges and also perspectives for Georgia to develop the broadband network and also to become, hopefully, a digital hub in the near future. For based on these policy cooperation, of course, association agreement, etc., we also want to boost our cooperation in terms of connectivity, in terms of digitalization and green economy, and on that basis also recovery or economic recovery and development of SMEs in Georgia. So in July we adopted economic and investment plan for the cooperation between EU and Eastern Partnership countries, and also very specific flagship initiatives that we would like to support immediately in cooperation with Georgia. They are centered around exactly green and digital transformation and connectivity, direct connectivity between EU and Georgia. And there are very two specific examples. One is connection between European Union and Georgia through submarine cables. It means basically increasing substantially the capacities of cables between EU countries and Georgia, which should also enable Georgia to become actually a digital hub if it comes to data traffic and transit of data between Georgia and different countries, not only EU countries. But also what is directly related to the topic of this panel is that we would like to support and continue supporting actually the development of the middle and last mile connections in throughout regions in Georgia. Of course, we will be soon. I think what was already mentioned by OpenNet agency is that there is already a drive to develop fiber optic for the middle connectivity in regions. We heard about Zugeti and Kubuleti, and I think there are good plans for the future, which we would like to support further with the EU Bank, EIB, and together also with the World Bank when it comes to infrastructure, but also when it comes to last mile connectivity. As concerns the last mile connectivity, bringing the connections to households, this is something that needs to be, I think, discussed furthermore when it comes to technical solutions, but also financial possibilities. From our side, of course, we would like to support both, infrastructure, but also demand on the side of population. This can be done through different means. Raising awareness of population. It can be done through digitalization of local companies, but also digitalization of public services, which can, I think, take also the leading role in some region. For that purpose, of course, we will be soon deploying different projects, financed either directly or through our funds or indirectly through our bank, EIB. When it comes to direct financing, we are now finalizing the new program between EU and Georgia, which is called EU for Smart Development, Smart Economic Development. And this already foresees different initiatives in that respect. So just to summarize, for the last mile connectivity, it is on one hand supporting infrastructure wherever there is maybe a lack of commercial interest, but also in cooperation with state aids. And we heard about the plans to provide state aid in that respect, but also through developing digital skills and digital demand on the other side. And also, of course, the purpose is that the internet connection is not only available, but also affordable. That's something that we want to work closely together with Georgia. I hope I'm within my time limit and happy to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're running short of time, so I'd like to give the floor to the Internet Society.
Oh, hello, thank you.
Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. David, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak at the GeoIGF. I want to give you a quick overview of the importance of IXPs. So IXPs are basically a technical infrastructure where networks come together to connect and exchange internet traffic. It's a good idea, IXPs, because they help making the internet cheaper and faster and also more efficient. So building
profile picture.
background. A successful IXP, it's not just a technical engineering job.
Choose a virtual background image.
Time and effort needs to be invested in developing trust, in developing also common understanding, and also signing mutual agreements in the local community. So this happens because many of the people and organizations that are involved in setting up an IXP are normally competitors. But by deciding to work together, they contribute to a better and more resilient local internet infrastructure. We say that an IXP to work, it is needed that it has a strong community in the foundation for its success. I'm telling you all this because IXPs also bring more opportunities. They attract a range of local and international operators, and they also provide them with most cost-effective way to access potential local internet users. And all this creates business opportunities, and it encourages local people to produce more relevant local content and applications. So all this means that IXPs can be the seed to create a digital hub. The IXP itself will never play the role of a digital hub, but it can be a catalyzer for this to happen. It is the community that revolves around the IXP that enables more and more interconnection. And it is by adding more and more players to an IXP when we sometimes see this transformation happening. A large and diverse membership can transform the appearing infrastructure to a marketplace where IXP's members can buy different services that they need from other participants. We could picture this by thinking that the IXP can be a more general interconnection point in the broadest sense of the term, not only for traffic, also for the services they provide. And when this happens, they can attract even more operators, which see IXPs as a new business opportunity. The moderator of the panel has mentioned the importance of this type of marketplaces. So one of the needs of IXP participants is to know which operators sell which services and where and how they can consume these services themselves. We are seeing now some IXPs have built a marketplace portal, let's say, call it like that, marketplace portal, which aims to satisfy these needs. And these wholesale services, marketplaces can help members-based IXPs to strengthen their community and provide new useful services to the affiliates. The other topic I want to talk to you about is the virtual peering series for Central Asia that we are running at the Internet Society in collaboration with RIPE NCC and the European Internet Exchange Association. The objective of these events is to identify new prospective IXP operators in the region. We have celebrated 3 sessions already, and the last one will take place next week on December 7th. The first event identified the benefits of IXPs and the best practices with the aim of developing suitable approaches for local circumstances. The second event, back in July this year, focused on how IXPs can benefit the region and how to develop operator communities for a common purpose. The third one focused on what is required to implement a successful IXP from a technical point of view. And it also discussed this type of what I mentioned, marketplaces, the value-added services that can be located around an IXP. And it also gave an overview of how to implement the mutually agreed norms for routing security actions, the project that we call Manners at the Internet Society. So Central Asia has some of the highest connectivity costs in the world, but only a few IXPs exist. And they are needed to enable traffic to be exchanged locally between internet service providers. We are working a lot to improve this situation, and I know there's a time constraint, so I want to thank you for your attention here. Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much. And now I'd like to give the floor to the World Bank representative, digital development specialist Himat Satu. As I said, the World Bank is partnering with us in a number of directions. They are helping us with the strategy. We're working on the digital economy. Civic Himat is personally involved in this, and please discuss the future, some of our future steps. Please go ahead.
Zalyan Digli Madhuba Eka and Gamarjaba Megobrevi. Also, I wish I was there in person, of course, but unfortunately, these times I'm making sure that we stay apart but utilize our internet bandwidth well. I think one of the big problems of going to speak after such distinguished institutions and speakers are being represented is that all the good points have already been taken. But let me just take this opportunity to perhaps point out all the good work that's already happened. We've all gone through, are still going through a severe crisis. And I think in times like these, one forgets to take a minute, to take a step back and actually look at everything that has happened. So I'd like to firstly thank the ministry for all the good work they've done over the last few years by taking the lead on the broadband strategy, by now coordinating the digital economy strategy that is under development through the infrastructure sharing law, and having this lead and coordination role on the policy making side. COMCOM for the good work that they're doing in improving the regulatory environment, in really looking forward, and Eka really listed out a lot of these great initiatives that we need to look forward to. OpenNet that has been able to launch its operations recently and completed pilot phases, and as of the last month have also started commercial operations. But most of all, the private sector operators, large, medium and small. The pandemic would not have been able to, the effects of the pandemic would have been far, far worse if it wasn't for the private sector operators that have been able to mobilize their resources, that were able to provide no-cost connectivity for certain types of content, and that were really able to support the public sector in delivering the services they need to deliver in terms of health, education, digital financial services to citizens, businesses, as well as the government institutions. However, all of us know that there's still a long way to go over here, and maybe not, I shouldn't spend too much time trying to talk about the importance of the internet today and how it drives digital inclusion. We've all now experienced it. We all understand what's going to happen here. But let's look at how it enables future growth. Georgia has been doing excellently well in terms of its private sector on the digital economy side that is trying very hard to use government, to use internet-driven technologies and internet-driven services to really drive export-oriented future growth. There is an ambition to become a digital hub. There is an ambition to become a logistics hub as well. And the country's been working towards this. And none of this, yet again, is going to happen without the private sector. Perhaps looking forward, what we need to do is work towards this specialization within the private sector as well. As the government needs to look towards the private sector partners to create and mobilize these resources, the OpenNet program too provides an opportunity for retail ISPs to really deliver the kind of high-speed connectivity that citizens demand and need today. Similarly, there will be IT and IT-enabled services companies that will be able to provide the kind of support that the government needs to really deliver public services. At the same time, it'll be great to see the private sector also specialize within their own space and open up things like the IT backend, the networks, and so on to other specialized firms. Hence, creating what our colleague from ISOC and mentioned about, the hubs and the community of digitally enabled firms that can actually create a digital marketplace. So perhaps this is a direction on the use side that we need to start focusing on. And this is something that through the World Bank's work on digital, the support to the ministry and the government overall on the digital economy strategy, hopefully that could be something that provides these kind of anchors. But not only is the internet and broadband a driver of growth and an enabler of the economy, But in Georgia and in the South Caucasus, today there's a chance for it to even expand and become a bigger sector in itself. So we know that Georgia is leading. I think it's leading even all EU counterparts in terms of fiber deployment as a share of total broadband subscribers in the country. So we know that that market is only going to grow as we connect more and more rural areas, and as the adoption has increased, the demand for such connectivity is also going to. However, one space which has been alluded to repeatedly by the various panelists before me has been to look at Georgia as a digital hub and to enable Georgia to leverage its position, and the South Caucasus region widely as well, to leverage its position to be a connector between Europe and different parts of Asia. Similarly, to make that happen, what we, again, without the private sector, nothing's going to work. But what we also identify and see over here is that this is such a large opportunity in terms of economic returns, financial returns, that hopefully the private sector would be able to mobilize its financing with support from the government to do the requisite introductions, connections, and coordination across, international borders to ensure that such a dream could indeed be realized. If we talk about some specifics around there, some drivers of why the South Caucasus and Georgia in particular could really be this interconnector between continents is the fact that today there are a lot of choke points across the submarine connectivity network. We have the Suez Canal. You've seen in the physical world how that has really disrupted trade, logistics across the world. But imagine if all the submarine cables going through the Suez Canal also find some disruption like that taking place. Terrestrial routes are increasingly becoming more attractive to private sector operators. International connectivity is also now largely driven by content providers. All of us, I'm sure, in our personal lives, end up using a lot of these large content provider services, which eventually are taking up roughly, they say, about 60% of global internet bandwidth. As the content providers try to move the services closer to consumers, they too want alternate routes. And the shortest route at the end of the day between Europe and Asia is through the South Caucasus. This provides an opportunity for the private sector operators, if they're able to coordinate well across the neighborhood, to really drive greater investment in the Black Sea, terrestrial connectivity, and across the Caspian as well, to ensure that this kind of corridors could really be connected. But none of this can happen without coordination and without cooperation across borders. And we hope that the World Bank can play a critical role over here through our convening to be able to help the various stakeholders come together. And most importantly, we hope that the private sector is excited to see this opportunity and is able to invest in this going forward. So I think I'm a little bit over time, so thank you.
Thank you so much. We're expecting the first draft. You're talking about coordination, so this draft will help us, and we'll share the draft with the private sector. We have an online. Thank you so much. We have an online moderator from the Communications Commission, International Relations. Chief of International Relations, do we have online questions? Please tell us what questions did we receive this far? That's yes, actually there's quite an active discussion going on in the chat, and I've selected some of the questions. The first question is about digital literacy, and here's the question. In local authorities, in local training, local employees, local officials is a challenge. Is there any strategy about this? It would be good to work with the Public Services Bureau to develop a training course for local government employees. Shall we take questions first? Okay, I'll answer this question quickly. Yes, there are lots of training courses are given to local public officials, not only on internet, but also other issues. economic ministry's HR department is working a lot on this. I've been discussing digital literacy training courses as well. When we start digital literacy project with the Communications Commission, this project will cover also local authorities. The other question is prices for wholesale internet. It says, when will this unreasonably high prices for wholesale internet be reduced? Yeah. And we will move to the gigabyte to internet connectivity. Yes, well, I partially answered this question. On our agenda, we still have a research of the wholesale internet market, including for the purpose of regulating prices on that market. Quite a number of steps have already been taken and the prices have been liberalized. However, especially for small and medium, for the sake of accessibility of local medium providers, it's necessary that we look into the current situation. We actually have started a needs assessment project, so we're researching this area right now. The next question is about how to accelerate the internetization. So the question is, why wouldn't you offer tax refunds in exchange for covering certain areas, for example, Raja or montane regions? So why won't you offer tax rebates to companies in exchange for covering certain areas and not on remote areas? Yes, I was talking about internetization and some of the pilot projects. I think the OpenNet project is developing very quickly in an accelerated manner. We first of all needed to focus on the dead zones where, operators didn't have interest in entering those zones, and the government is not providing internet itself in that zones. It helps the private sector deliver services to those zones. So we covered those issues with the European experts, and we finally arrived at a decision. Also taking into consideration the terrain and the local problems, the best way would be for the government to start the OpenNet, what we call the OpenNet project. So OpenNet is building so to say a backbone for the private service to then deliver those services to those remote areas. And finally, the last question is it's more of a wish, than a question. Why wouldn't the ministry and the GNCC arrange public discussions on urgent issues that are interesting to the population? Well, first of all, I want to say the ministry is open to everyone. UCHA covers many telecom operators. We have at least 2 meetings every month with UCHA. Whenever we prepare legal amendments or we prepare a draft law, all the operators are involved. So if you want to have additional meetings, we can discuss this. We can agree on more meetings. It's important to work with all the stakeholders. The business, the big partners, the ministry, and other regulators such as the competition agency and the National Bank of Georgia, we're open. And once again, we subscribe to this openness. If there are, recommendations on how to improve our openness, we're ready to that as well. I think Ucha wanted to say something. We have there are some restrictions, as I understand. Just a second, can't hear the voice. I'd like to ask everyone to please stick to the time constraints. We don't want to limit you. Just please give due regard to our translators. Please keep to the. Let's respect their work, and please keep to the. And let's respect the quality they need to deliver. The translators need to deliver, which is very important. Now, to summarize the messages, can we ask 2 or 3 minutes? Hatuna, so because we're intruding into Keti's session, so please 2 or 3 minutes, and then summary, and then I didn't have any questions to the regulator. I thought those questions were to me. It's important to us to listen to what businesses have to say, and we're open to this. You raised a number of important issues, and I think I feel the need to answer them. With the Ministry of Economy, we're working on telecom code. The process was open. The package, the set of changes has been drafted and sent out. As for the new draft law, only a few European countries have adopted the law, so this far, the new telecom code, the framework for the new telecom code, this is being discussed, including within the format of EU-Georgia Association Agreement obligations. Last time, an evaluation of independence of the regulators was produced, and the reports about regulators and the GNCC's independence, the report about GNCC's independence was open to everyone, and our commission, GNCC, has received quite high marks, good evaluation. And in terms of financial transparency, the GNCC has received a very high assessment. If you still think there's room for improvement, there's something to change, we're ready to work with you. However, the document I'm referring to was open and accessible to everyone. As for participation in legal amendments, if there is initiative from the businesses, and they have suggestions on how to amend the law or the draft bill, we're ready to this. I'd like to clarify a little bit. Eka said a set of amendments into the law on communications was prepared. the Ministry of Economy got involved. I'm just, telling you this story, the stages, the different stages we went through. So the Ministry of Economy discussed it with the GNCC together, and our expectation was to adopt a law on competition. Also, something that has been envisaged by the EU-Georgia Association Agreement. There were some cross-cutting issues, and those issues could not be regulated by one and the same issues could not be regulated by two laws: the competition law and communications law. The new draft law is ready, so I won't go into more details. About sharing infrastructure, the bill has been sent to the first reading of the Parliament, and we hope that the second and third readings will take place, and the draft bill will turn into an actual law. I'm sorry, I was trying to keep to the time. We had other questions we couldn't take because of the time restraints. I apologize to Katie. So we'll start tomorrow with Katie's introduction into 5G. And Mr. Stanesky, who's going to moderate this session. For your attention, I put my apologies to Katie because we introduced it in her time. She'll start tomorrow with 5G. So to summarize those messages, please just a very quick, very short comment for half a minute. You have half a minute. I'm glad that the speech has become turned into a food for discussion. And yes, my speech concerned the challenges the state sector is facing. Thanks for your comments, but at the same time, it's important to do the work.
In fact, we had many challenges, but later on I will tell you additionally very briefly. Okay, we made the P2P network, which is unique network in Georgia because it's the biggest one. It just can, by the way, communicate, and the competitors do not have this type of the internet. Therefore, we are the best one in Georgia. We think that is due to the high qualification of our team and the strategy which we are following. Because Ms. Eka really wanted to hear about our achievements. Thank you very much. We really have very interesting discussion. First and foremost, one message we have to speak about here. When it comes to the IGF, the forum, maybe we can take this initiative and also to plan some interim meetings before we have the forum, how we take these challenges. We maybe need more platforms to have some 3 or 4 hour meetings. It can be online or offline about this type of the issues. But again, I would like to say that our association has no problem with this regard. Maybe others also join us. That would be very good opportunity. Then maybe we need also to put in our messages the promises that is provided by the Ministry of Economy. It also will be put in the messages. Then the next, we would like to ask to the Regulating Commission the presentation which you have already planned for the next year, because we would like it to be put in our annual report. The same applies to Ms. Marika, because maybe the next year, the plans we need to put into the messages. We need more discussion, more dialogue, and more communication. And if we have the sort of lack of the communication, we have to be open, because if you would like to have the further consideration, forum can support it. We already heard about the international support. We heard about the promises, and we are really very thankful to them. And we of course put it also in our annual report. If you don't mind, let's finish this session. These messages will be invested in the proposals. And thanks a lot to all of you. I would apologize to Ms. Katie, because no, we postponed the intervention, and maybe we have to do it tomorrow. That is about the protection of the consumers, and together with that panel session participants, we will hear her presentation. Maybe now we have only some 2 minutes break, and I would like to ask the next speakers to prepare themselves. And we start the next one. It's about the pandemic and the challenges accompanying the pandemic. Governance, and also we would like to share with you the situation with regard of the protection of the personal data. I would like to thank to the organizers for supporting as well as for providing with the possibility to speak about this kind of the issues. I would like to thank the participants of the panel, those who are ready to share with us the perspectives as well as the future plans, and I would like to welcome also the public which is present at this event. Of course, pandemic is one of the most important challenges, not for Georgia, but for the entire world. And we, due to the pandemic, have changed the approaches to our daily work, the daily life, etc. It is about the banking activities, education, the many different services. They now provide the services in online. Also, over the recent period, we are witnessing the electronic resources to be introduced, the development of the innovations. But you know that the pandemic situation and the difficulties that they accompanied the pandemic environment, of course, made some impediment to the proper enjoyment of the fundamental rights. First of all, that is privacy law, as well as the protection of the human rights, and would it be the banking sphere, the provision of the services, or any other direction when it comes to the introduction of the services. First and foremost, we are using the personal data. In addition to the services must be innovative, practical, easy in applying, etc. It is also very important for any state or private company or organization to take into account the parties and the sides related to the privacy protection of the personal data. And here we have to take into account all the private companies which are providing the electronic services, and from the very beginning we need to take into account the private life of the people. Today we are going to have the interesting the
ასევე გვექნება შესაძლებლობა ვისაუბროთ კერძო კომპანიების გადმოსახედიდან, რომლებიც ქმნიან სხვადასხვა პროგრამულ უზრუნველყოფის საშუალებებს, იგონებენ პროგრამულ გადაწყვეტებს და როგორია მათი მიდგომები ასეთ დროს, გარდა იმისა, რომ ისინი უყურებენ ინოვაციური თვალსაზრისით ამა თუ იმ ელექტრონულ პროდუქტს, რა შეიძლება იყოს პრაქტიკული გადმოსახედი იმისათვის, რომ გადაზღვეული იქნეს ყველა რისკი, რომელიც დაკავშირებულია პერსონალური მონაცემების დაცვასთან. ჩვენ პანელის განმავლობაში პრაქტიკულ და ყოველდღიურ თემებზე, როგორცაც დისტანციური სწავლება, დისტანციური მუშაობა, ონლაინ ვაჭრობა და ყველა ესეთი აქტუალური საკითხი წარმოადგენს. როგორც დღის წესრიგი თქვენთვის ცნობილია, სესიის დასასრულს ჩვენ გვექნება დისკუსიის შესაძლებლობა და მე მინდა დამსწრე საზოგადოებას ვთხოვო, რომ იყვნენ მაქსიმალურად აქტიურები, დასცვან კითხვები და დარწმუნებული ვარ, რომ ყველა ჩვენი სპიკერი მაქსიმალურად ეცდება, რომ სრულყოფილად გაქცეთ პასუხი. ახლა კი მე მინდა ვთხოვო ჩვენ პირველ გამოსვლელს ბატონ გიორგი გვასალიას, რომელიც წარმოადგენს განათლების მართვის საინფორმაციო სისტემას. აღნიშნული უწყება არის საქართველოს განათლების სამინისტროს სიპი და ბატონი გიორგი ისაუბრებს განათლების სფეროში არსებულ ადაპტაციაზე, იმ ელექტრონულ სერვისებზე, რომელიც იქნა დანერგილი იმისათვის, რომ ხელმისაწვდომი დარჩენილიყო განათლების უფლება ყველა ჩართული პირისათვის პანდემიის.
მოგესალმებით, მეგობრებო. მიხარია რომ ხედავთ, მიხარია რომ საქართველოში ისევ ინტერნეტმართველობის ფორუმი ტარდება და განიხილება ისეთი აქტუალური საკითხები, რომელიც ჩვენ წინა პანელში მოვისმინეთ და მინდა ხაზს გავუსვა, რომ შემდეგი პანელებიც საკმაოდ აქტუალურ თემებზე არის. დღეს ჩემს მოხსენებას რაც შეეხება მოიტანა ინფორმაციული უსაფრთხოების, კიბერუსაფრთხოების და ზოგადად ინფორმაციის დაცვასთან დაკავშირებით. განათლების მართვის ინფორმაციო სისტემა შეიქმნა 2012 წელს და მისი ძირითადი საქმიანობა არის საგანმანათლებლო სისტემების ტექნოლოგიები და ელექტრონული რესურსების უზრუნველყოფა იმისთვის, რომ მოხდეს საუკეთესო განათლების მიღება, ხელშეწყობა და მართვა. ჩვენ დამსახურებით 11 სიფს 2086 საჯარო სკოლა ინიცირებული და გამომდინარე 1100 საჯარო სკოლაში ოპტიკური ინტერნეტით მოყოფა და ასევე ერთ რეგიონში სატელიტური ინტერნეტი. რაც შეეხება პანდემიის პერიოდს, რა თქმა უნდა, უკვე მოსწავლეებმა გადაინაცვლეს სახლებში და დისტანციური სწავლებისთვის გახდა აუცილებელი, რომ შეგვეთავაზებინათ გადაწყვეტილებები, რომლითაც მასწავლებლებიც და მოსწავლეებიც საკაკეთილო პროცესის განხორციელებას და ამისთვის შევთავაზეთ 365-ის პროდუქტები Microsoft Teams-ი, მეტყველს თქვენ გესაუბრეთ პრინციპებზე, რომლებიც აგვანახებს ჩვენ მასშტაბებს, სულ მოცემულობით გვყავს 750 მოხმარებელი, აქედან დღიურად აქტიური არის სექტემბრის და ნოემბრის მონაცემებს გაცნობ. სექტემბრის მონაცემებით 451,500, ხოლო ნოემბრის მონაცემებით 240,900. სექტემბრის პერიოდია, როცა აქტიურად მოხდა გადასვლა დისტანციურ მუშაობაზე და სწავლებაზე და სწორედ ამან განაპირობა ეს ციფრები. Teams-ი სექტემბრის მონაცემებით არის 419,300, ხოლო ნოემბრის მონაცემებით 237,000. ელექტრონული პოსტა 27,300 სექტემბრის, ხოლო ნოემბრის 11,200 მოხმარებელი აქტიურად იყენებს. ეს არის ის ციფრები, რომელიც უკეთ გამოქვეყნავს დისტანციურად მუშაობის და სწავლების საკითხს, ხოლო ჩვენს მსახურებას და ხელშეწყობას. ამის პარალელურად, რა თქმა უნდა, რისკებმა იერთა, რომ თუ გავითვალისწინებთ იმას, რომ ჩვენს ქსელში განათლების მართვის ერთიან ქსელში არსებულ მომხმარებლების მართვა ბევრად უფრო მარტივი იყო უსაფრთხოების თვალსაზრისით, როცა ბავშვები, მასწავლებლები, მშობლები მათი პერსონალური კომპიუტერებიდან სახლიდან ახორციელებდნენ ამა თუ იმ ელექტრონულ სერვისებს და გაიზარდა რისკებიც და შეიცვალა მიდგომებიც. თუ რა განახორციელებთ ამ რისკების შესამცირებლად შემდეგ გეტყვით, იქამდე კი მინდა ასევე ერთ-ერთ მნიშვნელოვან ჩვენსაც ხაზი გაუსვა ელექტრონული ჟურნალი, რომელმაც მთლიანად ჩაანაცვლა ფაქტობრივად მთლიანად ჩაანაცვლა ქაღალდზე არსებული ჟურნალი და დღეს მასწავლებლებს აქვს საშუალება მოსწავლეების შეფასებები, მათ შორის განრიგი, მათ შორის დღის წესრიგი შეუდგინონ ამ ელექტრონული ჟურნალის საშუალებით, ხოლო მშობლებს აქვს საშუალება აკონტროლონ მათი შვილები მობილური აპლიკაციის საშუალებით, როგორ დაესწრენ, რა ნიშნები მიიღეს და ასე შემდეგ, ხოლო მოსწავლეებს თვალი ადევნონ მასწავლებლების შეფასებებს და ეს ყველაფერი პარალელურად გაკვეთილების განრიგი ცხრილი ინტეგრირებულია Microsoft Teams-ში და ესე ვთქვათ, ეს ორი სისტემა ერთმანეთთან კომუნიკაციით ახდენს იმას, რომ დისტანციური სწავლება უფრო გამარტივებულია. მობილური აპლიკაციის საჭიროება და ზოგადად ამ ელექტრონული ჟურნალის საჭიროება უკეთ გამოკვეთა ამ პანდემიამ, ჩვენ აქტიურად ვმუშაობთ ჟურნალის განვითარებაზე, პარალელურად მოთხოვნებს თვითონ ქმნის მომხმარებელი, შესაბამისად ვითარდება და ემატება სხვადასხვა ასე ვთქვათ, ფიჩერები, რომლებიც უფრო გაამარტივებს მათ მუშაობას ონლაინ სივრცეში და აქვე ხაზს გაუსვამ იმას, რომ პარალელურად ამ მოდულების დამატებისა იხვეწება უსაფრთხოების გადაწყვეტილებებიც, როგორც ინფორმაციული უსაფრთხოების ნაწილში, ასევე კიბერუსაფრთხოების ნაწილში. აქვე ვისარგებლო მინდა და დიდი მადლობა გადაუხადო ინსპექტორის სამსახურს, რადგან მათთან კომუნიკაციის და მათთან მუშაობის საფუძველზე არაერთი სამუშაო შეხვედრა შეიქმნა იმისთვის, რომ ელექტრონული ჟურნალი ყოფილიყო პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვის შესახებ კანონთან შესაბამისობაში და ასევე გატარებული ყოფილიყო ის უსაფრთხოების ზომები, რომლებიც ჩვენი ბავშვების პერსონალურ ინფორმაციას გახდიდა უსაფრთხო. ხოლო რაც შეეხება იმ ღონისძიებებს, რაც ჩვენ ჩავატარეთ და ვატარებთ მიმდინარე მშობლებისთვის, მოსწავლეებისთვის, ეს არის ონლაინ კამპანიები, დარჩი სახლში უსაფრთხოდ, ასეთი ონლაინ სოციალური მედიის კამპანია გქონდა, სადაც უხსნიდით იმ აქტუალურ საკითხებზე, ასე ვთქვათ, აქცენტებს ვაკეთებდით, როგორც იყო ფიშინგი, სხვადასხვა ტიპის შეტევები, თუ როგორ უნდა მოიქცნენ მასწავლებლები ამა თუ იმ შემთხვევებში, თუ შეამჩნიეს, რომ ესწრება გაკვეთილს მოსწავლე, რომელიც არ არის შესაბამისი და არ უნდა ესწრებოდეს, ასევე მოსწავლეებისთვის გავეცით რეკომენდაციები, თუ როგორ იყვნენ ისინი უსაფრთხოდ ელექტრონულ სივრცეში, ხოლო მშობლებს მივაწოდეთ სხვადასხვა ხელსაწყოებზე ინფორმაცია, რომ მათი შვილები გარკვეულწილად კონტროლირებადი, ასე ამ სიტყვას გამოვიყენებ, იყვნენ სხვადასხვა სერვისების გამოყენების დროს, განუსაზღვრონ მობილურის თუ ტაბლეტური მოწყობილობების მოხმარების დრო, აკონტროლონ ვებგვერდები, დაუბლოკონ და ასე შემდეგ. საბოლოო ჯამში ეს ყველაფერი გვაძლევს იმას, რომ გარკვეულწილად ჩვენი უსაფრთხოების ნორმების გათვალისწინება და იმპლემენტაცია ხდება ელექტრონული სწავლების და ელექტრონულად მუშაობის პერიოდში. გარდა ამისა, სხვადასხვა სერვისების მიწოდებას ვახორციელებთ, ეს არის პროგრამული უზრუნველყოფის მიმართულება, რომელიც ვებგვერდების დაცვის ფაირვალური სისტემები, DDoS-ის საწინააღმდეგო სისტემები, მათ შორის ლოგების და ივენთების მენეჯმენტის სისტემა, სადაც ჩვენ მონიტორინგს ვახდენთ და გარკვეულწილად რეაგირებას აქტიურად თანამშრომლობს შინაგან საქმეთა სამინისტროსთან და მათ კიბერუსაფრთხოების მიმართულებით დეპარტამენტთან, სადაც ამა თუ ინციდენტის დაფიქსირება ხდება და შემდეგ მათი კომპეტენციის ფარგლებში ახსნილება ამ საკითხის. ჩვენი გუნდი მზად არის ნებისმიერ დროს, რომ გარკვეული რეკომენდაციები გასცეს კითხვის არსებობის შემთხვევაში, როგორც ინფორმაციული უსაფრთხოების მიმართულებით, ასევე ტექნიკური მიმართულებით და ამისთვის ზუსტად გვაქვს სატელეფონო დახმარების ცენტრი, რომელიც 24/7-ზე შეიძლება ითქვას მუშაობს და ასევე გვაქვს სოციალური ქსელით გარკვეულწილად კონსულტაციების პრაქტიკაც. გამომდინარე იქიდან, რომ რეგლამენტით შეზღუდულები ვართ, ჩემი პრეზენტაცია დაახლოებით და ჩემი სპიჩი ამით შემოიფარგლება, შემდეგ კი მზად ვარ მოусმინო შემდეგ გამოსვლელებს და ბოლოს კი კითხვების არსებობის შემთხვევაში სოფო.
ძალიან დიდი მადლობა გიორგი, პირველ რიგში მადლობა სახელმწიფო ინსპექტორის სამსახურის ჩართულობის ხაზგასმისთვის, ჩვენთვისაც ძალიან დასაფასებელია ყველა კერძოდ საჯარო დაწესებულება, რომელიც რიგი ელექტრონული სერვისების იმპლემენტაციამდე იყენებს შესაძლებლობას, რომ გაიაროს კონსულტაცია და შემდგომ გაცილებით მარტივია ნებისმიერი წინასწარი გათვალისწინება ყველა იმ საჭირო საკანონმდებლო მოთხოვნის, ვიდრე შემდგომ ხარვეზების აღმოფხვრა უკვე დანერგილი ელექტრონული სისტემის გათვალისწინებით. ვიტყოდი, რომ მართლაც რომ სერიოზული გამოწვევის წინაშე გიწევდათ გამკლავება, განსაკუთრებით იმის გათვალისწინებით, რომ არასრულწლოვანთა პერსონალური მონაცემების დაცვასაც ეხებოდა საქმე, რამდენადაც მოსწავლეები არიან ჩართული თქვენ მიერ დანერგილ ელექტრონულ სერვისებში და ცნობიერების ამაღლების კამპანიები, რომელიც თქვენ ახსენეთ, ნამდვილად არის აუცილებელი, მნიშვნელოვანი იმისათვის, რომ როგორც მასწავლებლებს ასევე მშობლებს ჰქონდეთ სათანადო ცოდნა თუ როგორ გაუმკლავდნენ იმ რისკებს, რომელიც შეიძლება იყოს დაკავშირებული მათი არასრულწლოვანი შვილებისა თუ მოსწავლეების პერსონალური მონაცემების დაცვასთან, როდესაც საქმე ელექტრონულ რესურსებს ეხება. ეხლა მე მინდა ვთხოვო ბატონ ალექსანდრე ტურძილაძეს, რომელიც წარმოადგენს დაავადებათა და კონტროლის ცენტრის უფროსის მოადგილეს და რომელიც გვესაუბრება ჯანდაცვის სფეროში დანერგილ არაერთ ელექტრონულ სისტემაზე, რომელიც საჭირო გახდა იმისათვის, რომ საქართველოს მოქალაქეებს ჰქონოდათ წტომა სხვადასხვა სერვისებზე, იქნებოდა ეს ვაქცინაციასთან დაკავშირებული სერვისები თუ სხვადასხვა აპლიკაციები იმისათვის, რომ თავი დაგვეცვა COVID პანდემიის შემდგომი გავრცელებისგან. ბატონო ალექსანდრე, გთხოვთ.
მოგესალმებით, გალტონსოფო, პატიცემო კოლეგებო, ჩემთვის დიდი პატივია დღეს გამოსვლა და რათა მაქვს საშუალება რა ორიოდე სიტყვით ვისაუბრო იმ გამოწვევების შესახებ, რის წინაშეც მთელი მსოფლიო არის და საქართველოში ჯანდაცვის სამინისტრო და დაავადებათა კონტროლის ცენტრი. ბოლო 2 წლის განმავლობაში განსაკუთრებული ყურადღება არის მოპყრობილი ჩვენდამი COVID გამოწვევის თან ბრძოლის თვალსაზრისით. უბრალოდ პატარა შესავალს გავაკეთებდი თვითონ ეს ელექტრონული სისტემები და საინფორმაციო სისტემის განვითარება როგორ მოხდა საქართველოში. ეს პრინციპში ამერიკის მთავრობის და სახელმწიფოს დიდი თანამშრომლობის შედეგად შედგა 2011 წელს პრაქტიკულად შეიქმნა პირველი საინფორმაციო სისტემა და დღევანდელ მდგომარეობით სადღაც 100-ზე მეტი სხვადასხვა ელექტრონული მოდული და სხვადასხვა ტექნიკური მოდული გვაქვს. თვითონ COVID-თან დაკავშირებით გეტყვით, რომ რა თქმა უნდა რაღაც რამდენიმე სისტემა ასევე წინასწარ ჰქონდა გამზადებული სხვადასხვა მიზნებისთვის, რომელიც შემდეგ ესე ტრანსფორმაცია მოხდა COVID-ისათვის. და ვიტყვი, რომ 4 ძირითადი მიმართულებით იმუშავა დაავადებათა კონტროლის ცენტრმა COVID-თან ბრძოლის ნაწილში. ეს იყო პირველი COVID ტესტირების საკითხის დარეგულირება, ვაქცინაციის პროცესის ორგანიზება, ბიზნესის გახსნა COVID-ის დახურვის შემდეგ და ეგრეთ წოდებული მწვანე სტატუსთან დაკავშირებული აქტივობები. მარტივად ვიტყვი, რამდენიმე სიტყვით ვიტყვი პირველ COVID-ის ტესტირების საკითხებს, ანუ ფაქტიურად ჩვენ მოგვიწია ამ მიმართულებისთვის რამდენიმე ახალი სისტემის ან შექმნილის გამოყენება. ეს იყო თვითონ ლაბორატორიული ნიმუშების აღრიცხვა, ვინაიდან სადღაც 500-ზე მეტი სამედიცინო დაწესებულება იღებს მოქალაქეებიდან ნიმუშებს და 60-ზე მეტ ლაბორატორიაში აგზავნის და მნიშვნელოვანია, რომ ჩვენ დაგვეცვა ერთის მხრივ მოქალაქის პირადი ინფორმაცია, ამავდროულად მოგვეხდინა ტრეკინგი თითეული ნიმუშის და ეს არ გახლავთ მარტივი ამოცანა და ასევე პასუხის დაბრუნება მოქალაქეებისთვის სხვადასხვა საშუალებით. შესაბამისად, ის ყოველდღიური გადაწყვეტილები, რომელსაც მთავრობა იღებდა, ეგრეთ წოდებული ვალიდაციის წესები, რა შემთხვევაში ეკუთვნის მოქალაქეს, რა შემთხვევაში არ ეკუთვნის, ვინაიდან აღნიშნული საკითხი პირდაპირ დაკავშირებულია ფინანსირებასთან და შესაბამისად ჩვენ ერთის მხრივ მართავდით მთელ ამ პროცესს და ამავდროულად ჩვენ ვიწევდა დაფინანსება ამ სერვისების მთელი საქართველოს მასშტაბით. და ინოვაციური, რა თქმა უნდა, ამ ნაწილში ვფიქრობ, რომ იყო საინტეგრაციო ძრავები, რომელიც სპეციალური აპლიკაცია არის და თითოეულ დაწესებულებას ლაბორატორიას ამ შემთხვევაში აქვს საშუალება ჩამოტვირთოს და ძალიან მარტივად შეუერთდეს ცენტრალურ სისტემას. ვინაიდან ჩვენი ადამიანური რესურსები ძალიან შეზღუდული იყო ამ მთელ ამ პროცესში და მაშინ როცა ჩაკეტილი იყო მთელი ქვეყანა, ჩვენ გვიწევდა ამ პერიოდში ამ სისტემების განვითარება და ჩეხეთის განვითარების სააგენტო და ჩეხეთის მთავრობა ასევე აქტიურად იყო ჩართული ამ პროცესში. ეს პირველადი ჯანდაცვის განვითარების პროექტის ფარგლებში იყო რამდენიმე.
The government of the Czech Republic was very actively involved, and now you know that in the part of the laboratory we are going to use it. However, next year we of course are going just to exchange information regarding the healthcare system between the different stakeholders, because we have to introduce this system also in this field. The second part, and which was also the big challenge, that was the organization of the vaccination process. When we had the limited number of the vaccines in the beginning, there were specific groups who were the first to go through the vaccination. It was really very important to communicate this issue, because on the one hand, we have the obligation, on the other hand, pandemic, on the third, we had some financial problem, etc., etc. Different complex tasks and the objectives we were facing there. The electronic system of the immunization, which had to be modified. We also included there the COVID calendar, the new one, and we also had to introduce new product, and we did it through the support of the Embassy of Czech Republic, and that was for the the medicine referral system, and we used the components from that program in order to the register people, and you know the title of that system. And in the process of the registration, we used to make the validation in order to figure out the person had to go through the vaccination period between the first and the second vaccination. And at the same time, we conducted the exercise, the monitoring on the stock of the vaccines, which is also quite well introduced in the system of the healthcare, because we wanted to create the stock in order not to have the problems when the people used to go there. So that was another direction. And the third one, maybe it is not directly related to us, but it was the opening of the business. We know that during the pandemic, entire business was paralyzed, together with the Ministry of Economy, together with the inspection of the labor inspection. We put in the agenda just to take some measures in order to open the business. And so we know that this system is known as the so-called the labor the brick, and we registered them at the level of the legislative acts. There was the status of the vaccination, status of testing, and it can be followed just constantly. Therefore, we do our best in order to prevent from the dissemination of the disease. Although we have the high level of the infection, but believe me, we did our best in order to avoid even worse situation. We also were involved in the creation of the European application, and then when the IT, the agency was created under the Ministry of Health and Labor and Social Protection, and today our the citizens can use this application, and tomorrow using this application, it would be quite easy to identify the green status of the people. So these are the four applications, but behind of them, there were different challenges, and in order just to keep the requirements of the legislation, I myself was involved together with my colleagues in this work, together with the service of the state inspector. Some of the consultations we conducted in a parallel regime, and also, when it comes to the so-called the green passport, this is the wider system, and in the coming 2 years, the citizens also will get different type of these services. In fact, the COVID will be only one of the items there. We even got the conclusion of the head of the state inspector service, and many different audits have been conducted of this system, existing system, as well as for the opening the business. I mean, the application for the business opening. In this process, it was important that we had quite a sensitive information on a table. That is information related to the health status of the population. And we tried not to have there some additional requirements to strike the balance. On the one hand, from the goods to the citizens, and on the other, the problems. In reality, we are facing the changes of the behavior, and the first time our citizens became the recipients of these services, they were involved in reserving the information about themselves, like we have in the case of the booking, and also in the part of the certificates, and some mental changes. It was not easy, by the way. There was the pressure from the side of the society, and it went into the political, the I would say domain, because it coincided with the pre-election campaign, and then the election, the parliamentary election of Georgia, and some people they just tried to let's say breed some tension. The NCDC received many different type of the letters, the submissions. However, we have achieved the current situation. Yeah, we were facing the big challenges. Uh, we had good achievements, we had the problems, we had the challenges. However, still we think that we had the positive developments. If you have any questions, please feel free. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. All of the four dimensions you talked about were really very important because you had the limited human resources, and also you were acting within the changing environment. Yes, it was related to the processing of the data related to the health, and yeah, the work of the CDC and its approach to this issue, to the practical implementation, as well as the elaboration of the new softwares, etc., as well as striking the balance between the private life and the transparency. That was really very important. Now I would like to ask Ms. Ketevan Kratashvili from the State Inspector Service, and the previous speakers already mentioned about the service. However, the Katie will be speaking about the experience during the pandemic, the period, pandemic situation, and now I would like to ask each and every next participant just to keep the timing and take 4 or 5 minutes. Thank you very much. So, Paul, my name is Ketevan Kratsashvili from the Department of the Public Institutions. I would like to welcome the participants of the 7th Forum, Internet the Management Forum. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be the participant of this very important forum. I'll try to share with you the challenges, observations, some results of our estimations that were inspired from the pandemic, about the processing of the data, etc. For the State Inspector Service, from the very beginning of the pandemic, when the WHO announced the pandemic, and also you remember the previous period, it became quite clear that in order to restrict the mobility as well as just to achieve the social distancing of the people, it was, by the way, related to the processing of the personal data. Some of the processes, in fact, maintained their, let's say, identity. However, it was shifted into the online system. We also introduced new electronic products as well as the different type of the personal data, because we had to tackle many new different issues related to the sensitive data, which we started, and it is continued even today. First and foremost, we speak about the data regarding the health condition which we have in the hotels, in the restaurants, in the supermarkets, with regard to the temperature, etc., etc. So it required a new knowledge as well as the increased effort. And when we started, it was absolutely necessary to have the proper approach. It was not easy to process the increased volume of data. However, we changed the approaches and it changed also the challenges and the problems. When it comes of the development of the pandemic, the priority was the supervision on the processing process of the personal data, because we know that the people, companies, agencies, they tried not to stop their usual activities. Therefore, the major changes were made in the educational sector, also in the field of the public institutions, the regimes of the private companies have been changed because they changed it. It was also related to the trade sector, economic activities. So it of course was related to the personal data. Then we, on the one hand, had to observe the personal data and to the respect its security, and on the other hand, those who were processing the data, they needed to adopt the new approaches. Therefore, our service opted for the complex approach when it comes to the impact of the pandemic on the personal life of the people. Our effort was directed to the preventive the approach, and that was about the management of the first and foremost the awareness raising processes. We learn now, and we also learned the compliance with the international standards. We take on board recommendations as well as the best practices. And let me underline that the involved institutions and stakeholders, they express their readiness just to adopt the new standards. Also, the State Inspector Service has the video lectures of the drafts, the recommendations, including some written recommendations for the different sectors, and specifically we pay attention to the employers agencies, employers organizations when it comes to the processing of the information, as well as the processing of the personal data as a result of the distance work. The same applies to the educational institutions. We prepare the special recommendations. Some of them have been already issued, and because online processes today is in progress, therefore it requires the special approach with regard of the processing of personal data. The same applies to the trade activities. And that is the problematic not only for for those who are processing the data, but also for those who this data belongs to. The service also works on the expertise of the regulating acts, and we have already investigated different documents. When it comes to the long-term perspective, we are exchange our approaches to the authors of the legal acts, the drafts, and as the pandemic data is a processing is most of all related to the health sector. We prepared within our service the collection of the decisions by the service, and now it is at the level of the publication. So it will be published Very soon, it puts together 25 different cases. During the ongoing 2 years of the pandemic, we pay special attention to the innovative processes of the processing, the data processing. Quite often, under the own initiative, we learned, investigating about 60 innovative processes for the the processing. We also examined electronic portal applications, which is about the results of new coronavirus. So also the schools, higher educational institutions where the innovative processes have been introduced, new electronic systems, and they have been already mentioned today, like electronic journal, electronic registration, distance learning, the possibilities which we already envisaged in the legislation, but they were just formally they put there. So when it comes to the data protection, of course, now we already aggregated the some expertise. Next is about the thermal screening in the employer organizations, the health status of people, employees over the different service institutions, and we issued the recommendations which in fact are now implemented, and we helped also those institutions to implement the recommendations. Another issue is related to the people who are personally engaged in the data processing, and we provide them with the recommendation that is about the processes of the data procession, identification of the goals and the objectives, because you know that it is not so simple procedure, as well as the identification of the proportional the data, as well as minimization issues, because it is absolutely necessary just to process the data which is required. I mean, the minimum the processing. When it comes to the terms and deadlines of the data keeping, as well as deleting of the data, recommendations with regard to the security, which now is designed on the basis of requirements stemming from the pandemic. And this especially is about the big data, about the huge amount of the information, etc. So we recommend to have some written documents, also to have the proactive approach with regard to the recommendations related to the legality, to the priority. So this proactive evaluation, need assessment is very important. Risk assessment specifically is very important here. Also, application of the organization and the technical the measures, elaboration of the instructions and the guidelines, as well as the rights of the data subjects, which is also already included in the legislation. They must be taken into account. Let me remind you about the timing. You know that we find as a priority, and it will remain in parallel with the pandemic, this innovative processing of the data, being supervision, because these processes can make the prompt impact on the people, and even after the pandemic is over, we may witness for quite a long period of time its aftermath. Therefore, the fair approach is very important. Now I will finish my intervention, and if you have any interest, any question, please feel free to ask. Thank you very much. Yes, I agree with you that pandemic and the innovative systems, of course, the they demonstrated many different problems and the challenges, would it be the banking sector, healthcare sector, etc. And within this type of the environment, it is really very important to have the joint effort of the private organizations, state organizations, in order to develop the preventive measures. On the one hand, we need the awareness raising, and on the other, we need the information about the different type of the approaches. And we need to take into account such an important aspects like the personal data. Later on, we will be speaking about the technical solutions which could be included within the electronic systems from the very beginning. You know that there are so many referrals from the side of the stakeholders from the private sectors. And now I would like to ask the next speaker, Mr. Alekos Meladze, who is the president of the Banking Association, to speak about the banking sector challenges, about the future plans, and the current situation which they are facing today. And again, I would like to ask all of you to keep the timing, please, because we are very much behind of our agenda. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to participate in this webinar. Thanks a lot to the organizers. I would like to thank the participants for very interesting interventions. I'll try to be very brief and provide quite a squeezed information. As far as you know, the banking sector, even before pandemic, was quite advanced with regard of the electronic and the digital products, would it be the distance services provided to the consumers, as well as the other services which have been activated today. But they became much more active in application from the side of our clients. In some cases, it is even the mandatory to use the distance services. Let me tell you that the COVID made a quite important initiation of the different services, like the internet bank, mobile bank, the usage, also the use of the services that is, for instance, the transfers using the ID number, also QR code to be used for the money transfers, as well as the different quite popular services which today increased considerably. I mean the number of those the people who are not using the plastic cards. This service is already the downloaded as an application in the mobile telephone, and they can conduct the payment using the mobile. So all of these today are very good for identifying the users, to open the accounts, so to provide the services in distance. And that was a considerable challenge, not only for the banking sector, but also for the other sectors which are related to the bank, like the businesses, etc. We also had the communication with the state inspector of Georgia. We consider these issues because these challenges which we find here against the background of the pandemic may breed different type of the challenges and the problems. The banking sector can be said that for a long period of time was in the center of the attention from the side of the state inspector as well as of other institutions, because we are keeping a lot of information about the clients. However, from the side of the National Bank of Georgia as as well as from the other institutions and agencies, there are very strict regulations imposed to the banking sector, and we always respected it. Even without specific regulations introduced after the COVID-19. So now you know that we always try to provide information to our users in order to minimize the challenges and the problems. I would like to draw your attention to the newest product, which already works, and that is so-called the open banking. Open banking means the provision of all type of the information about the financial operations. I'm sorry, I cannot hear him. Yeah, the client can link to one internet bank the different accounts from the different banks, as well as the information, let's say the wallets of different financial institutions, as well as the payment processes. So one internet bank will be enough to conduct different type of the transactions with regard of the payment, with the regard of the money transfer, etc. So thank you very much. So if you have any questions, please feel free. With a great pleasure, I would respond, of course. Again, thank you very much to the organizers and for inviting. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. Yes, I agree with you that the banking service is quite a complex one, especially over the recent the period of time. And you really introduced quite interesting tools and the mechanism related to the transactions, including the also processing of the data which is related to the transfer to the third countries. Therefore, that's why it's so important to take into account some electronic solutions in order to avoid the breach of the security. And now I would like to ask Mr. Daci Choladze, who is the executive director, the founder of the Pulsar, the artificial intelligence, and that is about the risk reduction, proper operation of the electronic systems in order to have the fewer cases of the breach of processing the electronic data. Welcome everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me. It was really very important to hear the presentations by the previous speakers. From my side, I would like to add here the following. Of course, when it comes to the perspective of the field we are operating in, it requires specific solutions. So, you already mentioned that these are the solutions which help us just to maintain the personal data of the clients in the safest environment. We operated in Georgia from the end of 2016. So this is the distance verification which we have created, and we put our business with the company Qualifica, that is the largest representative of the distance verification in our country. And when we started providing this service to the local market, that was mostly initiated regulated by the business rather than by the regulator, because we also participated in paving the way to the regulations. However, this market today is better organized because the pandemic speed up the situation, and it also obliged both businesses as well as the regulators to go ahead faster. And today, the online casinos, gambling business, as well as some smaller microfinancing, the organizations and the wallets, they are using these services for conducting some transactions where the person's identification is necessary, including approval of the loan. In 2019, we entered the US market about 2 million, let's say, some the Silicon Valley system, and here it is about the companies selling the cars, the vehicles, they have by reviewing the millions of applications daily, and we automatize this process for them. Also, we have the communication with one global company which already purchased our startup, and today we already have few thousands of clients. And of course, it is increasing the scope of the dialogue. So we are receiving the information in the form of text, where the clients speak about their problems, about their interest. In the most of the cases, we of course have the moment when they are sharing their personal data. It can be the address, the telephone number, it can be some personal data, some personal financial data, or some other type of the information. Sorry, I have to. We have some technical problem. I would like to apologize to Mrs. Sopo. Maybe we will finish in 3 minutes, and to have the 10 minutes for the very hot questions, okay? I truly apologize. Can I continue? Maybe Dachi will finish, and then provide the online moderator with the opportunity to respond to the questions. Yes, we understand that time is very limited. And what we created for this, based on the features of personal data, this is technology for identifying the personal data when it is shared by the client. Just to take them out from the text, to encrypt them, and to keep afterwards in our cloud servers. Because afterwards, this information is used for the development of the technology, as well as for the future communication with our consumers. So, we have different type of the processing, different type of saving as well. So, when it comes to this information, as soon as we receive it, we have to keep them from the very beginning, and if we have any risk, if there is any, let's say, access to our data, they never have the access to the sensitive information which can identify our consumer. No sensitive information is accessible from our database. So that is the most important. So it's the known through the abbreviation of the NRV, and we try to categorize them and to keep any different information in a way as it is required from the security point of view. So that is widely known practice for keeping this type of the information. Thank you very much. We truly apologize that you had not enough time. We are limited in time. Now I would like to ask Sopo Tvalavadze, a representative of the Ministry of Sustainable Economy and Sustainable Development. Sopo, we received really very interesting questions. Of course, it would be excellent to have much more time. However, okay, let's start from Georgi Gvasalia. Here is the question. That is about the safety environment of the educational system and whether they are planning to introduce some new environment or some novelties. The second is the cyber hygienic. When you are going to introduce this subject, for instance, so-called the cyber hygienic for the educational field. Georgi, please. Thank you very much, Sopo. Yes, I start with the first question. There are in 21, 24, we have this special strategy for the cyber hygienic. And let me make the quotation. When it comes to the safety and the security of within the cyber environment for the school children and the students. Of course, before we also had some approaches, some ideas around this issue, but now awareness raising here is one of the most important issues, and this strategy enable us just to start very important work. My answer is yes, we are going to do it, and later on we will be able just to issue sort of recommendations and the additional information about it. Now about the electronic journal or electronic registration, which will help to the distance learning as well as the improvement of the security conditions. With regard of the security, I would like to tell you that we are going just to purchase some solutions from the largest vendors. And we will be speaking about it on TV, also in social media. And again, just to summarize, yes, we are going to do it. And also, you can follow our Facebook as well as our website, and you can get the updated information there. Thank you very much, Georgi. And there was another question to Mr. Alexander Turzoladze. It was about the software novelties, what can be proposed by the Ministry of Health and NCDC for managing of the COVID-19. And the next is the question from users of the Android when some of the shortcomings will be corrected for those who are using Android. So Mr. Alexander is here, and please, if you can respond to these questions. Oh, thank you very much to the authors of the question. Let me start that from the August 15, this application is already accumulated in the IT department of the NCDC. We need you to specify which application you are you mean here. So you can use the electronic the post, and as far as I know, Android application works well. Now about the questions with regard of the novelties. Healthcare field is very wide, and it is not even the predictable the field. What can we anticipate or expect in addition of the vaccination status? The users also would be able to get the information about their medical history, and it is also possible to have the so-called the online the offices with the doctors where the family doctor can exchange information with the members of the family, also providing consultations, some advice, including the COVID. So that is what we plan for the future. And when you know that at the level of the governance, we remain active, and the rest of the issues are under the IT agency. I know that there were different questions, but we are very limited in time. I promise you, the representatives of our service will respond you using the chat. And now maybe it's better to summarize. And I would like to ask Mr. Georgi Gurganidze to sum up this session and identify the major issues put on the table during this specific session. Welcome everybody. First of all, I would like to thank all the speakers. Your intervention was really very important and interesting. Let me put some emphasis here. What I remember from the session. One, and very important one, that was active communication with the state inspector service. Would it be some product or some online solution? That is really very important. And also the that was the proactive approach, which is really very important with regard of the GDPR, because the privacy by design and by default, that is really very important, specifically when it comes to the minors, to the underage. The practice shows we can avoid many difficulties if really we act in a proactive manner. After the IT involvement, it is quite possible to improve the situation. We need the control tools from the very beginning. Another, and then the priority is the Georgi mentioned about the awareness campaign, specifically among the children, because when it comes to the school children, to the students, we know that this component is widely used by the children, including YouTube, video portals, and the others. Therefore, these technologies also are accompanied with some pornographic elements, bullying, and others, many negative the aspects. Therefore, we need to be very careful here. One more component also from the context of the NCDC, and that is really very important plan that there will be the access to the health history as well as the sharing of the information between the laboratories and the clients. And that is a very positive project for our country. And again and again, the protection of the privacy and the personal data is very important here, because it can be the target of the organized crime or cyber crime. That's why I would like to wish our country to protect these technical goods. Thank you very much, Georgi. Again, thank you very much to the organizers, to the speakers. And again, I think that it is really very, very important issue. I do hope that we have additional time for the discussion, for the Q&A. But I do hope that maybe in the future we have another opportunity. Support, thank you very much for my intervention and for very bad time management. I would like to thank all of the panelists. The messages we have heard at the end, please just maybe you develop these messages in the good form in order to be included in our annual report, and which we share with our donor organizations and the others. So thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Welcome everybody, dear friends. We now continue our Internet Governance Forum. We have next panel, which is really quite interesting because it is about a very hot topic for the online space, not only in Georgia, but also elsewhere. And now we are going to consider the Georgian reality. First of all, the topic is the misinformation challenges in Georgia's internet space. And today we have 4 participants of this panel. My name is Mamuka Andruladze. I will be the moderator. First of all, I would like to present Ms. Eka Sepashvili, the Deputy Chairperson of the Committee of Defense and Security of the Parliament of Georgia, Ms. Tamar Kinsurashvili, Executive Director of the Media Development Fund, Eto Buziashvili, the DFR Lamp Association researcher, and Ms. Eter Turadze, the Chief Editor of the newspaper Batume Lebi. So you know that we are here, part of the guests, together with the hosts and organizers, and we have, of course, online participants. I would like to start with Ms. Eka. As I already mentioned, the misinformation that is quite serious challenge, really very relevant problem, and not in our country only, but globally, so-called fake news, because this terminology maybe is not very pleasant. However, that is widely recognized, the term. The topic is very interesting. We have very interesting experts here. And maybe a few minutes you will speak how you see this problem. First and foremost, importance of this problem and what type of challenge it is for our country to have the fake news. Thank you very much. Yeah, topic is really very important. And it is also very nice that you put it in your agenda because that is the problem for the Georgia society and so-called the misinformation. I would like to give the look from the 2 perspectives. One is the sort of weapon, the tool used in the hybrid war against countries' security, safety, and on the other hand, it is used in our reality as a political tool when they have the political debates, and often the misinformation, misleading information, their dissemination is really are very important. So these are the 2 important These are 2 important elements which I would like to identify here. And I think that in this context, Parliament takes very important role because our country is a parliamentary republic and it has its very special role and function in assessing the existing situation in the country, in identifying the policy of the development, and our committee started working in this direction. That is against propaganda, mispropaganda, against the fake news, against the misinformation and disinformation. We first of all would like to hear from the state agencies what type of the challenges they see, what type of the problems are identified first and foremost with regard of the relevant legislation. You mentioned quite rightly that it's a problem in our country. Many other countries also are facing this same problem. One of the important steps here can be first and foremost identification of the legal framework. And another issue that is the development of the media literacy. Also from the side of the journalists, from the media outlets. We really need the coordinated action in order to develop their internal standards, and while having the internal standards, not to violate them and not to encourage the dissemination of the fake news. Quite often, maybe even unwittingly, they disseminate this type of information because they make the reference to some respondents, interviewees, and then they just multiply the fake news. Or sometimes they are inviting sort of experts, and the media representatives call them experts, while their expert knowledge may be quite doubtful. Therefore, when it comes to the expert, not only in this field but elsewhere, is a person who has some experience in the particular field, knows the legislation of the particular field, etc., and not as it is in our reality. In order to fight against the misinformation and the fake news, even the previous parliament started the special work. There was a thematic inquiry. We also elaborated some recommendations, and in order to implement those recommendations, also within the frame of our committee, we now start very active, I'd say, the fighting against the misinformation and the fake news. Let me draw your attention to one short information. I know that you are very much limited in time. However, this is quite important information, which I the cross which I they found just recently. There is one of the international organizations which is investigating whether the country is resilient against the misinformation, and they make the assessment with regard to three components. First is the attitude of the society, whether the society is acceptable of it. The next is the issue of the legitimacy, whether the legal frame in fact encourages or discourages dissemination of the fake news. Also, next element is media, digital media, and their impact on the fake news. And let me tell you that if we take into account assessment of that international organization, we are behind of the resilience. So maybe you tell us about the legal base. You know, it is quite difficult to have the regulation, I mean the legal framework, because on the one hand, we have the freedom of speech, and the freedom of speech shall be secured. And the ruling party, of course, does it best in order not to have this some political persecution or any other wrongdoings or the non-democratic steps which in fact impede the democratic development. Now in the parliament we initiated new law that is the prohibition of restriction of the hate language in the pre-election campaign, also in the advertising during the pre-election campaign, etc. So you know that we are witnessing gross violation of the freedom of speech as well as the fake news dissemination. Thank you very much. I will stop here. as far as I understand, Parliament is going to make decisive steps with regard of fighting against misinformation and fake news. And you also plan to review the legislation. Have you already investigated the exams of the foreign countries? Yes, yes, we have done it. However, we are not going to copy them down. They just directly. We need to introduce new practice, but it should be in compliance with Georgian reality in order to avoid the formal approach to it. So, I mean, now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Tamar Gitsulashvili, Executive Director of the Media Development Fund, and her organization every day tries just to explain to the society the specific issues to see this problem. Thank you very much, Mamuka. Thanks a lot for inviting me. I also agree with Mamuka that we have two-dimensional problem in our country. First of all, this is the, let's say, not a friendly countries. The propaganda, the creation of the conflicts on the ethnic, on the religious basis, and it is not done in a way of the political advertisement. That is the topic of the internal policy on the confrontation, and another is internal problem related to the political class, existence of the different actors. Of course, misinformation and the fake news also existed before the 21st century. However, development of the technologies made the society more vulnerable. Therefore, hybrid war is number one enemy for the occupied country, because on the territory of Georgia today we have the tanks, the armament of the foreign country. Therefore, media here as the institute has to play the greater role. I think that the hybrid challenge of Kremlin, as well as some this sort of hybrid operations, including the hate speech, hate language, etc., because we've seen it on July 5. One of the platforms which is related to the informational policy of the non-friendly country, they were the initiators of burning the EU flags. Also, more than 50 journalists were beaten and attacked, and these cases are not well investigated. Therefore, we need to prioritize the issues. It doesn't mean that we have the immunity against this type of the approach. If the goal is just to devastate the critical approaches, it's a critical challenge, because in the democratic country we need effective self-regulation, and we just welcome if the government is going to make the positive steps in this direction. We have the good experience of Baltic countries against the hybrid challenges. So it is welcome. It would be welcoming if the previous parliament continue working on the document that was under the development, but afterwards we have not had any continuation of this process. And if there is any changes introduced to the legislation, it would be very good to take into account recommendations by ECRI, not to finance the media outlets which are breeding the hate language. Here we can draw your attention to the examples of for instance, the sort of campaigns like during the COVID-19. If we have the problem when more than 10,000 people died due to the COVID-19, there was some encouragement for the anti-vaxxers. Media literacy is another way for the solution. We also work in this direction, and it would be good if these issues will be integrated in the school curricula. Here we need to elaborate good tools. The prohibition is not the only solution because we need the people to filter some ideas in their mind, and we need the line process. In the social media, we see how this platform is well used even for the vaccination campaign. And another issue, quite often the fertile soil is created by the information vacuum because the society cannot receive enough information. We of course need the society to be reflective to the problems. Eto, I would like now to give the floor to you. I know that your organization is very actively involved in investigating the existing problems. How do you see this problem? How hot this problem is? How serious, how complex it is? And it has been already mentioned that the problem is really serious. Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me. Yes, I agree with all of the participants. I was questioned many times. Some fake news, some other misleading information, which is expressed in online, how it goes to the physical space. The July 5 was one of the clear, I would say, the demonstration when the misinformation as well as the some the call for the forcible measures had the echo. It was not, by the way, planned one day. That was disinformation, misinformation against the Western world, and it was already in the brain of our society. And some groups had the possibility to be violent against the Western style activists. Of course, we observe the society, we see how Georgia's informational space is being transformed. And here we can identify two directions. First is the attempt of the Russian Federation to interfere in the elections. And we, by the way, published the research how Kremlin, using media, social platforms, their different actors to interfere in the elections of Georgia. How it was demonstrated. Okay, first of all, it was from Sputnik News Front, that is online platform. It is not media; they are just the propagandists, the platforms, and they were well. They were acting well, coordinating the Facebook posts, etc., and tried to breed there's some anti-Western narratives. And that was to have some impact on the choice. In addition, there were cyber attacks, three cyber attacks followed with the informational campaign. One was about the shutting down 15,000 websites, including the president's website, as well as some media outlets, and the investigation conducted by US and the UK that was managed from Moscow. Another cyber attack was against the Ministry of Health and the Lugar Laboratory, as a result of which they falsified the document. And today, when so many anti-vaxxer type the news is disseminated, that played quite an important role. Then was the third cyber attack when they said that the personal data of the four Georgian citizens were easily accessible. Of course, that is the attempt to break the chaotic situation because I, as a just ordinary citizen of Georgia, can think that, yeah, it's so easy to get the access to the confidential information. We also have to underline ultra rightist groups, and often they find the support from the Russian Federation or from the actors which are ruled and managed from the Russian Federation. They can be so-called experts, or they can be the political, let's say, subjects. And because we witnessed campaigns against Turkey, against Azerbaijan, because they would like to shift the attention of the society from the Russian Federation and target Azerbaijan or Turkey. So that is quite threatening tendency, quite dangerous. And also we have new trend that is anti-Chinese messages which are disseminated now in our media space. So China is new space. Yes, so, there are some websites where the Chinese Communist Party is well demonstrated, and at the same time they discredit the administration of Biden. Okay, thank you very much. And now I would like to ask Ms. She will, she's in online and she's the chief editor of Batumelebi. And I would like to ask her how they see this challenge, because on the side of the panelists, we heard that there's a disinformation through media and from the media. And also there are some questions with regard to of their professionalism. How you see this problem? Because quite often we've heard about your media that it is used for propaganda. So please, the floor is yours. Welcome everybody. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak about the misinformation and fake news. Of course, this challenge is of a multifold. However, I will be speaking more about the media literacy. What is this challenge? What we are speaking about, and when it comes to this challenge, it is quite difficult to tackle it, to address it, because that is a very big flaw. And I think that none of the media outlets can fight against it, because they may not have so much resources, either financial or human resources, to address this problem. And what we see is we cannot address this problem. And what we have to do? Okay, first and foremost, the trust level of the trust to media is devastating, and we are face to face with the very strong attack. It has been already mentioned that mass media is polarized in our country, and yes, I agree with this statement. I am from that very few media outlets which does not represent any side. It is in the center and tries to provide information to the society. That is the only objective of our media outlet. But regardless of this situation, often we are the objects of fake news, tech, etc., etc. So, why? Why the situation is so grave now? And I'll try to explain it. The situation has been changed after June. The situation is even graver now. I am in the journalism for quite a lengthy period of time. Even when Aslan Bashidze was in Nigeria, since that time I've been working there. And today, when we go to the field for working, I always warn the journalists to be very careful, not to identify themselves as a journalist, just to try, because we have increased aggression against the journalists. For instance, under the motivation that we live within the environment of polarized media, that, that is our fault and we have to be punished. So I don't remember this type of the background. Before we had the practice when we used to say the journalist just identify yourself when when some aggression comes, you explain that you are journalist, say that you are reporter, but it must be also quite easily recognizable from the appearance, badges, etc. But no, we have different challenge. We want them, please try not to be identifiable. Just try to avoid identification yourself as a journalist if you are in the places of some mass gathering, etc. Why? Why it happens? Even we are in the region, the domino effect which we had after June 5, it also approached Nigeria, and it will have its impact for a longer period of time, unfortunately. When it comes to the evaluation of this process, I would say that even we have quite a big devastating environment. Today, we do not have any results about the investigation. Why this investigation is procrastinated? Why that, let's say, the Lexo Lashkarava's death is not well investigated. You remember that Minister of Interior disseminated the statement with regard of overdosing. However, we all know that some so-called reputational the killing or association or let's say death, that is the also somehow the result of the fake news, misinformation, where we see the participation of the institutions which shall fight against misinformation, and we are facing just a contrary. If we review the entire picture, why it was abbreviated, I would like to remind you that after the death of Nexo Lashkarava, we wanted to have the special demonstration in Tbilisi. One of the highest persons said that those participants allegedly asked the detention of the patriarch. And of course, it was damageable, and it is absolutely impossible from the side of the high level officials to disseminate this type of the fake news. It creates aggression, it is devastating the trust to the institutions, and it may not bring any good for anybody. So I will finish here, and if you have any questions to me, I will answer it with a great pleasure. The major idea of this Internet Governance Forum is that different interested fields, non-governmental organizations, media, and the others, they put themselves together and they speak where we are on the world map. Of course, we knew what would be talked about, but of course we had no idea about the concrete statements. Today we have heard about the 5 June, somebody says June, somebody July, I'm sorry. I wonder what type of steps you made as the government. Are those steps effective in order to address the misinformation and the fake news? And as you already stated about the legislation, of course, it is very sensitive issue, the causing different type of the considerations in our country. So what is going on today? Whether the measures adopted by the government that are enough? Do you have any linkage between the 5 July events and the further developments? And what do you plan with regard of the coordination in order to confront against this misinformation and fake news? Thank you very much. I just wanted to interfere with regard of these particular issues. How I see when it comes to the 5th July, that is very bad demonstration of the outcomes or aftermath of the fake news and misinformation disseminated by the media. Of course, we condemn any forcible measures, any coercion, and of course, the investigation started and the perpetrators will be punished. However, we have to agree that that is the expression of the hate, of the propaganda, which is in fact quite easily recognizable in our society. So that hate was sort of, let's say, the burst in our society, and we witnessed the victims among the journalists, even those who had no touch at all to the issue. Of course, the media outlets shall strengthen their capacity. They have to observe the common standards. And what I mean here, a few months ago, a National Commission of Communication ordered the, I don't remember the name of the international organization. They conducted the study of the channels, the TV channels, that was about the bias among among the channels, and it was conducted by the international organization. And they identified that the most objective information was the broadcasting by the public broadcaster, then Rustavi too. But with regard of the bias, we had sort of leaders, as we call the so-called party TV channels, Pirveli, Tavari, and Formula. So the measures which we can take against the fake news and misinformation, which is one of the forms of the fake news, it would be very good, for instance, that in parallel to the development of the internet system, to encourage the transparency of the media outlets. What do you mean under the transparency of the media sources? So the so-called the party channels, which we call, or say non-partisans or partisans, because they express let's say, the biased approaches. Of course, it is not the criminal, but when the journalist or the TV channel has the claim that they are objective, but at the same time, quite latently, they protect the interest of a certain political party, it is absolutely unacceptable. And, we need the neutral approaches and the transparency. Only transparency is not enough because the liability of the information, as well as the banning the hate language, it is really very important because all of them together they breeds very strict confrontation between the sides, between the parties, um, when it comes to the social network, we see that hate language, if you go through and maybe also have the touch with the most, the popular Facebook, yes, yes. So if there is one post from the ruling party, the opposite party is abusing, including some personal abuse, and insult, and if the post is from the opposition, another party, another side, the how the legislation can solve this problem. You said that international organization conducted the study. I don't remember very well. Somebody speaks without microphone. I cannot hear her. Yes, there was EMEDI, which had the highest, let's say, rank with regard of the bias. Even the ranking was made there. You know, when we know who stands behind of the channel, it is quite easy to recognize them. No one tries to cover it. Unfortunately, now we spend a lot of time on the internal issues. We need better consolidated, the consolidated approach. Specifically, when it comes to the infodemia, often we do not have enough communication and we do not have the good approaches for the dissemination of information. Let me remind you that when Nexo Lashkarava died, the first day, the specific page was created, and it, by the way, they published the personal data of Nexo Lashkarava. Nexo Lashkarava's personal data would not be demonstrated without the involvement of the state agencies. It is our interest to have high quality media. And here maybe we have to encourage self-regulation of the media. There is not a problem of the legislation. Problem is maybe the wrong practice, because control is not sufficient. Ms. Tamar, in fact, you just repeated what I have already said. Um, because we know that propaganda, international propaganda, whether this is coordinated or not. You know, finally, this hate language have, by the way, this threat of the hybrid war. It may become one of the elements of the hybrid war. It's one of the reflections of it. If we have let's say, some confrontation inside of the country, it can be used by the confronting parties. When it comes to the legislation, here we need to find a very careful consensus, because under Article 17 of the Constitution of Georgia, it is prohibited to persecute the people for on the basis of the expression, speech, etc. So, free expression, freedom of speech may not be restricted in the democratic society. On the other hand, defamation, the hate language, they must be put within the legislative framework. Therefore, we have the hope on the inclusive involvement of the civil society, and we do hope that it would be possible to find the golden mean in order to bring down to the minimum the hybrid threats, which is about the fake news. Of course, I cannot extricate myself from that hate language, because it's one of the elements of the hybrid war. Ms. Tamar, you maybe 1 minute to you and a few minutes to you. I see the problem here because as the representative of the government can see the problem, the freedom of expression. I would say that Georgia has one of the excellent legislations in the world where the highest standard of the freedom of speech or human rights are observed. The people who have the special intention to disseminate the fake news, if the person, the Georgian in Turkey was the killed for let's say some the burglary, but in fact, the person was not Georgian national at all. That was the fake news. Here we need to be consolidated. However, it will not be easy to consolidate all of the organizations because whatever has been already evaluated as the most the progressive legislation, we even can just worsen it, not improve it. That's why maybe it's better to keep it as it is. But on the other hand, we need to fight against the chaotic situation in the news. Because in this chaotic situation, only the enemy can take the benefit. If I can add here, the Ms. Eka talked about the regulation. I agree with Tamar that Georgia has the law on the freedom of expression, and it is the most liberal law. And we, by the way, are a little bit afraid that any intervention may just worsen the media legislation of our country. So we need a regulation of some defamation, maybe some feelings, religious feelings, etc. I think that it must be the subject of the self-regulation among the journalists, and the country should regulate other type of the challenges. When it comes to the Facebook, dissemination of misinformation and the fake news, of course, you cannot fight against it through the legislation. Therefore, in online, in social media, the situation will be the same. It is not easy to change it. And afterwards, the changes of the law will be only reflected against media and not against social media. So that's why I think that it must be the subject of the self-regulation, the subordinated to the media standards. Eto wanted to start just a few ideas. The ECA mentioned about the space of the legislative spaces, sharing over the practice of other countries, which countries you meant here. At the same time, we have to take into account that in those countries, democratic institutions are functioning in the democratic environment. And when we have in our country so fragile democracy, and in some of the reports and some of the observers already refer to the downfall of Georgia's democracy, I think we have to pay attention also to the current situation. You mentioned that your committee is going to invite the state agency and then said that inclusiveness is very important. Maybe you mean the involvement of media and NGO or the civil society organizations, because here, it is related to the democracy and democratic development of our country. The non-NGOs as well as the SCOs quite often express their readiness to have this dialogue. When it comes comes to the cooperation, over the recent years, we developed many good studies, inquiries, as well as the researchers, and we warned not only the Georgian society, but also the others that we are witnessing some confrontation, attempt of the interference from this side of the Russian Federation. And here, cooperation is really very important because we, by the way, develop those researches long before the problems appear. And my last idea, that is about the fake news coming from the Russian Federation. First of all, this is the issue related to the national security, economic pressure. You mentioned the hybrid war. So that is the tool of the Russian Federation just to break the Georgian society from the inside. And here we need the concentration of all of us together. So, Ms. Eka, you are the representative from the government of Georgia. That's why most of the questions are addressed to you. And maybe from my side, I just would like to raise one question. When it comes to the legislation of the founding countries, would you please to say just one example about the misinformation, legislation against fake news, etc. I was very attentive to the speakers, and I have the impression that we all are on the same platform. We all have the same approaches, and we are going to solve this problem using the same tools. You have already mentioned that we are going to follow this process through the inclusive forms and the means. And of course, not only with the non-governmental organizations, media outlets, but any actors and stakeholders involved in this particular field. This is the issue covering each and every layer of the society. That's why I mentioned that whatever changes or amendments are made and introduced, we want them to be active, to be functional, and not to remain on a paper. At the same time, let me underline that when we plan some changes in this direction, that we are going to introduce some tough regulations. Not at all. The process will show. You mentioned that it would be good just to, let's say, put this issue for the decision on the media, so-called self-regulation. But on our side, we can help them, even in the self-organization, self-censorship, etc. When it comes to the changes of the legislation, you know that non-governmental organizations prepared the research, it's a so-called index of resilience. And one of the components of this index is the legal, the framework and institutional resilience. And here the Visegrad countries have been considered as well as the countries of the Eastern Partnership. And the legal framework is evaluated based on some methodology. 4 is the highest score here. And according to that score, let me explain what type of situation we have today. The Georgia doesn't have the good situation with regard to the misinformation and the fake news. So if we say that our legislation is the best one and doesn't require any changes, I would refrain myself from making this type of these statements. I also cannot say the single way that we definitely need some changes. With regard of the resilience from the side of Armenia, it's 1.1, Azerbaijan 1.2, Czech Republic 1.0, Georgia 0.9, Ukraine 1.4, Slovakia 1.5, the Hungary 1.9, Azerbaijan is 1.2. It is the disinformation and the resilience. Yeah, I understand why find it's slightly cynical. Of course, We may not know beforehand what would be the result. However, I can say that it will be conducted in a most inclusive manner through the participation of media outlets and non-governmental organizations. And thank you very much that you offer your expert knowledge. You already mentioned the very good example of one of the countries. So I would like to share with you that the practice or best practice of any country may not be introduced directly or copied down in our country. We have to take into account the national context. I myself am the economist, the specialist of the international economy, and even in economy, we cannot copy down just the opposite. National peculiarities, in fact, show the challenges and they must be taken into account while introducing them.
Thank you very much, Eka, and many thanks to all the panelists, Ms. Eter, and we're glad to discuss to have the chance to discuss the problem. It's good that the importance of cooperation has been emphasized and importance of continuing cooperation. Thanks again, and we've received some questions through the chat. Natalia from the Council of Europe will tell us about the questions, and then we'll sum up some of this. So let's take the questions now. Just two questions here. Two questions. Here's the first one. Are any sanctions for disinformation, misinformation, and what sanctions are those? Those sanctions. Another question is about why is it that nobody gets interested is that the major internet providers are spreading Russian channels in Georgia, broadcasting Russian channels. So first one was whether there's any sanction for misinformation. Our legislation envisages sanctions for intended misinformation. It's the hard thing, though, to prove this intention. You see that the misinformation was spread on purpose. Now, when it comes to resilience, to resistibility, resistibility is based on the applicable standards, and the standards are considered liberal. So we work with the Facebook myth detector and fact check. We are now Facebook's partner to tackle misinformation. This was after Russia intervened in U.S. Internal businesses. Two of our organizations within the partnership with Facebook what we do is we don't delete the posts. What we do is just we provide the correct information to the public, and Facebook will, how to say, restrict restrict dissemination if they continue to spread misinformation. For example, anti-vaccination people are quite active right now. there are groups. You have groups on Facebook who are affiliated with both the ruling party and the opposition. They have just different resources. So this mechanism of Facebook has been operational in Georgia, and then there's also Ed Library, and you can see which country is managing the book and how much money they're spending on ads. So there's some progress in this regard. Many thanks. What was the second question? Why nobody gets interested in ISPs broadcasting Russian television? Because the internet is a global platform, and so we should be rather investing more in media literacy so that they can filter themselves. When you create a mechanism where assessment is dependent on somebody's subjective judgment, you see, we are four people here and everybody has different views, and so it's hard to impose such a standard. Some countries have well-established court jurisprudence, and hate language is punishable by criminal law, but here it's interpreted in a different way. For example, if a religious leader, publishes a post, can become a basis to call somebody to the prosecution or to be summoned, for somebody to be summoned to the prosecution office. So this is especially an acute problem in the countries of the transitional democracy. Yes, thank you. Thanks for that. Mariam will now summarize this discussion. Thank you. Many thanks to the panelists. I think this panel was interesting, and we discussed some of the important issues. Something I'd like to emphasize is we agree there's a problem. The problem is called misinformation. The topic of our panel. We also discussed the 5th of July events, how misinformation is spread and is reflected in the actual life. We discussed this as well. There are things we need to work on, and it's good that everybody agrees to that. The panelists said they're ready to engage in the process. Unfortunately, we may have different discrepancies in views of how the problem should be tackled. Non-governmental organizations insist on media literacy and self-regulation mechanisms as ways for combating misinformation. However, we hear also propositions about regulating this issue. In particular, sometimes when we encounter a problem, we start talking about more rules, need for more rules, need for more constraints, and limitation of the freedom of speech. So what we can agree is that we need to talk about these issues, and it's not specified how we're going to do this. Most importantly, all the participants once again want to have reassured their wish to engage in the discussion. Would also like to be engaged as a self-regulation body and as a supporter of freedom of speech. Our organization, will be thinking about how to reinforce self-regulation, how to fight misinformation through self-regulation. Thank you very much. This topic itself is extremely important. But the format, we're restricted by the format. Many thanks to the panelists, and I wish other participants a fruitful discussion. Have a good day. So is moderator here? Yes. Yes. I'm here so we can start. Everything's ready. You can now open the panel for discussion. Yes, thank you. The next session is entitled Media Literacy and Role of Various Stakeholders and Sectors in this process. Marika Sikharulice, Scientific Programs Chief, Mrs. Susan Filcher, Doctor, Chief of Digital Services, International Telecommunications Union, Maka Makhatadze, ISEP Academy Georgia, Sopo Falavadze, Chief of ICT Unit, Ministry of Economy, Sviat Gabi Sonia, Business and Technologies Technology University, Research Center Director, Georgi Tsimintia, Regional Development Coordinator, Economic Diversification. So hello everyone. And my first question goes to Marika Sikharulice, Teachers Professional Association ICT Program Manager. Can you tell us about the challenges in the situation? Things have changed, been changed a lot by the coronavirus. The education process has moved into the online realm, which brought about new challenges. Greetings everyone, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. This is going to be an interesting panel as well, like the previous panels. And I agree with you that the pandemic has brought about a number of challenges. First of all, for the NHS. NHS and education have been on the front line of the frontline spheres that received the most number of challenges. We generally try to certainly raise awareness, teachers' awareness of how to use digital technologies. That even though we've been carrying out those educational activities even before, it turned out that we still were not prepared well. Some of the training courses, online training courses, were also had been provided also before the pandemic, and everybody welcomed the online realm, but only 5 or 10% would actually go for the digital solutions before the pandemic. That's the situation before the pandemic. The Georgian Ministry of Education and Science has an official license to use Microsoft products. The Ministry of Education offered the Microsoft Teams platform to the students and pupils. And it turned out that we first moved on to use Teams. It turned out that only about 5,000 people were using the Teams platform. And the first we ended the first stage of lockdown with more than 15,000 using Teams, but so it was all mass. I'll say a mass in the beginning, but then we somehow got accustomed, and so our approach became more structured. We offered tailored trainings to pedagogues or teachers, but also to parents and students. This is what we did to catch up with cope with the crisis. But now the situation has changed completely. Both teachers and students know very well how to use the new technologies, how to use the online technologies for education purposes. they're taking school classes remotely. Now, all the three, I would say, beneficiaries, teachers, parents, and students are all well skilled. This is what broke the camel's back. You see, so when the parents engaged in the process. Sandra, I can't hear you. Yes. Yes, indeed. Parents found themselves attending the classes of their children, and it turned out that they could basically, sit down during the lessons, and they were able to learn first and teach their children. I'd like to move on to Mrs. Susan Telcher, and Mrs. Susan, could you please tell us what challenges do you see in terms of media literacy? I would also recall my friend's post, which he or she posted several years ago. And here she said, you didn't want journalists prepared information. Now you start to learn how to discern, true information from false information. Now it's your job to do. So from journalists, I'd say from media, it has moved down to each and every individual. So where do you see where the media? Where do you see the media source? Where's the media, and how to say the challenges you see in this regard? Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Sandro. I can hear an echo. Okay, it's okay now. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody from the ITU headquarters in Geneva. It's my great pleasure to be part of this Georgia IGF panel on digital literacy and skills. And this topic has been receiving more and more attention over the past few years. This was even more prompted by the COVID-19 pandemic. We just heard about it in terms of the education sector. So coming from a UN organization, I would like to address this topic from three different angles, or make three different points here. First, I want to talk a little bit in general of why it's so important to address the topic of digital skills and literacy globally, regionally, and nationally. My second point is that I want to look at what are the challenges that governments and other stakeholders are facing in addressing the digital skills topic. And third, I'll share with you very briefly of how ITU supports governments in this process. So let me start with my first point. Why is it so important to address the topic of digital skills more broadly in the population, and what are the opportunities and challenges related to that? So first of all, globally speaking, there is a growing digital skills gap in the labor market. In other words, the demand for digitally skilled workers is exceeding the supply, and that gap is growing. It also means that there are huge opportunities for those with the right digital skills. Let me give you some examples. For example, in the European Union, it was estimated that 1 million new jobs would be created by 2030, and 60 million new jobs worldwide in the next 5 years as a result of the digital transition and also the green transitions. Yet we have huge gaps when it comes to the levels of digital skills across Europe, although this varies significantly from country to country. For example, in the Nordic countries, they are featuring best, with about 10 to 15% of the population having advanced digital skills, and over 50% standard and basic digital skills. At the other end of the scale, in countries like Bulgaria, also Georgia, Romania, and Albania, less than 20% of the population have standard digital skills. So the EU DESI, the DESI index, which is the Digital Economy and Society Index, shows that 4 out of 10 adults and every third person who works in Europe lacks basic digital skills. This gap already existed before the pandemic broke out across the world. This is not just a European issue. And then came COVID. And then according to the ILO, during the COVID pandemic, employment in the ICT related industries experienced the highest growth. We all know that the pandemic accelerated the move to digital in education, in all the fields. New digital tools, new solutions, new platforms, services, they have been mushrooming during the pandemic, and they will continue to be applied, and others will appear even whenever we move out of the pandemic, hopefully soon. With this trend, the demand for digitally skilled population and workforce will continue to increase. So another point I wanted to also mention when it comes to the importance of digital skills is linked to the digital divide. Digital skills are not only critical to finding or keeping jobs, they are also critical to closing the digital divide. There is still a big digital divide. Almost 40% of the global population are still not using the internet. The large majority of those in developing countries. But consider this, there is a persistent internet user gap, which is the gap between people that have theoretically access to the internet or to a broadband connection, but are actually not using it. And that gap is globally now around 30%. And this gap is mostly explained by education and skills and literacy. According to surveys that have been done, household surveys in different developing regions, one of the main barriers to internet uptake in developing countries is the lack of capacity and skills of people to use the internet and take advantage of it. About 2/3 of answers are related to this reason. So the digital divide is increasingly becoming a reflection of existing skills and education divides among populations. And it's often the marginalized groups, including women and girls, the elderly people who are less digitally skilled. So if we strengthen digital skills, we also narrow the digital divide and increase internet use. Now, let me move to a second point I wanted to make. What are the challenges that governments and other stakeholders are facing in addressing the skills? First of all, the skills gap is often not exactly known. The demand from the employers is there, the job offerings are there, the education sector is putting a lot of focus on including new technologies in the school curricula, but a much more detailed analysis is required to find out where are the skills gaps in the population and what needs to be done to address them. Such an analysis is required at the country level, at the industry, at the sector level, and also at sub-regions within countries. So it's very important for countries to undertake such skills assessment. That should include different stakeholders, government, public sector organizations, different industry sectors, educational institutions, technical, vocational training entities, local communities, etc. Another challenge is that skills are needed at very different levels. At basic literacy levels, including media and information literacy, which was the topic of the previous session as well, and this one, but online safety and security as well, but also basic software skills, they are now needed for almost all jobs. And at the professional level, there's huge demand for people with skills related to the new and emerging technologies, Internet of Things, mobile technologies like 5G, artificial intelligence, most importantly, cybersecurity skills. This is probably the #1 area where employers feel that there is the biggest skills gap in cybersecurity experts. So all of these need to be addressed, and that's a big challenge. And of course, there's a lot of investment required to address the skills gap, investments in the education sector, in infrastructure, in training interventions, in upskilling, in reskilling. So companies need to invest in their HR. So my final point is I would like to share with you a little bit about how ITU supports governments in this process. We have a number of programs and initiatives through which we contribute towards building digital capacity in our member countries. Let me just focus on 2 of them. First is on training delivery. The ITU Academy is the main ITU e-learning platform. It offers more than 100 training courses every year, covering a large variety of ICT-related topics. These courses are delivered by ITU or one of its many training delivery partners, notably our centers of excellence, with 5 of them also in Europe. Second, country assistance. For example, we support governments in carrying out digital skills assessments as an input to their national digital skills strategy development. Here we can help with concrete tools. For example, last year we published our digital skills assessment guidebook. The objective of this guidebook is to help governments assess skill supply and demand, determine the skills gap. It includes also existing skills frameworks that can be applied by governments, and it's available in all the 6 UN languages. The focus of this work is on the national level. We have started to work with a few countries in Europe in the implementation of skills assessments, such as Ukraine, Albania, North Macedonia. Work is also underway here in Georgia through our regional office for Europe. We assisted in carrying out a national assessment on the ICT ecosystem, which helped to identify existing capacity and skills gap that need to be addressed moving forward, for example, in the field of artificial intelligence. So we are very excited about this ongoing collaboration here in Georgia and in other countries, and we look forward to further deepen it. Let me stop here at this point, and I'm happy to answer any questions that may come up. Thank you very much.
Many thanks. And I will now give the floor to Sofia Tvalawatse to discuss what the situation is in Georgia in that regard. What are the perspectives?
Okay, thank you very much, Sandro. I would like to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to this 7th forum of the Internet governance. And I also would like to welcome the organizers. You know that we have the hybrid model today of this forum. I would like to thank to the Association, Telecommunication Association, for organizing and each and every supporter of this event. The information and communication technologies are the rapidly growing the field that is the era of the digitalization, and it plays very important role in forming the global agenda. And Ms. Susan, quite in a very detailed manner, talked about it, how important it is for the modern human being, for the developing its style of life, etc. Adaptation in the digital field is not so easy, but of course it is vitally important to develop it. So one of the priority of the government of Georgia, as well as the changing, is the sustainable development of the communication field. In order to achieve this goal is the digital literacy, development of the digital literacy in our country. Here I would like to mention and go back to the question which you have raised here, Sandra. What is Georgia's reality? What we have with regard of the policy development? We know that in January 10, 2020, we already approved the 2020-2025 national strategy for the broadband system development. It also has one of the strategic goals, the skills as well as the competencies to be developed for the digitalization, as well as the digital literacy campaigns for the different type of the educational activities, etc., including the security issues, safety issues in online participation of the youth and the minors in the internet. We already started Log in Georgia project, and its major goal is just to have the fast speed internet accessible for the population. But at the same time, we need to use, we need to encourage its application through training, awareness raising, and other educational activities. For this purpose, we have one important project that is about the internet as well as the safe use of internet. The ministry and the communication as well as the negotiations, and that you, the experts of the prepare the report on the recommendations for the safety and security issues. And now we've been working on the action plan for the online security. It will be oriented the world practice. I mean, the best practice sharing, including the legal as well as institutional framework development. Also the center and the hotline for the internet will be discussed within this frame. I would like to thank Susan for the very close cooperation with our ministry. Through their support, we have implemented many very fruitful projects in Georgia. And today, Susan is together with us in this very special event. And I do hope that her intervention was very interesting, specifically when it comes to the digital books. Thank you very much for your attention. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Maka Mahatadze. And you know that your educational center has the meetings with the youngsters. What is the situation? What type of students you have? Whether they are ready for this type of the development? Whether they understand what is the digital book? Welcome everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me. I would like to say that the door of our academy is open for each and every stakeholder. We do not have any filter, any testing. They just to leave out of the board somebody. Of course not. Those who would like to learn this profession, to find themselves, we are ready to help because many of them have no idea where we are going to. I mean, the future world. Unfortunately, today the situation is not commendable because 70% of the students have no digital literacy at all. Therefore, we were forced just to introduce the European standards and thanks to our headquarter to adapt those trainings for the beginners and at the initial stage we are providing the basic trainings. Some of them have no skills at all. Even they do not know how to work with the cloud system or even at the user level. So that's why we sometimes are facing very big Chinese wall. So yeah, of course, we probably need more contribution from the side of the state. The state shall elaborate some policy on the basis of which we would be able just to raise the literacy. I mean, the digital book literacy. And Susan also mentioned about it. So it is about the advanced skills within the, let's say, competencies, development of the competencies, development of the skills. That is very important in order to have the mass coverage among the society. And when it comes to the force, the industrial revolution, and we speak about the development of the System 5.0, it requires, let's say, the different readiness among the population. And I mean, not a 20% of the population, but 90% of the population must be ready. So you, Marika, Susan, and many other good experts together can provide the assistance to the state and to develop some concept how to guide the people step by step to this result. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Zviad Gabisonia. You work at the Business and Technology University at the Research Center. He is the director, and I would like to ask him to speak about their center. Hello, Sandro. I would like to continue Marcus, the approach. Yes, we are facing the big challenges because the most important problem which we found on the way of the distance learning, etc., that was also related to the digital books. It is about retraining of the teachers and professors themselves, because if we put some, let's say, age line, the elder professors found more challenges and more problems. Another problem was that the scientific literature, research, documentation, etc., they were not digitalized. And the literature that was used for teaching the students was not adapted or for the distance learning. You know that it's a third semester. The most of the students have the distance learning, but now we have better situation than in the beginning, because the literature went through the digitalization process. In the part of the research and the sciences, situation is even more difficult, because you know that in addition to the technical sciences, we have also the other type of the subjects, and not all of them are obedient to the digitalization. The BTU, Business and Technological University, more or less managed with this issue successfully, because we also before they started the digitalization. Today, the big part of the sciences continue in the distance regime, but the medicine and some other of the fields still remain either in the offline regime or they are using the hybrid approach. We think that in the part of the higher education, in the post-pandemic situation, it will be facing absolutely new reality. Therefore, it may require legislative changes, because the universities will see the necessity to legalize the form of distance learning, even after pandemic. And you know that we do not have it identified at the level of legislation. We do hope that it is possible to have both the master's courses as well as the bachelor's courses to have the distance learning. So these are the major topics I wanted to be referred with this short period of time. You know that the problems are many and multifold. Thank you, thank you. And I would like to give the floor to Mr. Georgi Semintia, the coordinator of the regional development programs with regard of the economic diversification. Mr. Georgi, I'm sorry I cannot hear Mr. Georgi's voice. Some problem with internet. No voice from Georgi Sementia. There are some technical problems. Maybe now we can go to the questions. Yeah? The first question which I can see there, that is ICT, the software, when it would be possible at school to learn the software design. I also would like to respond. You know, in the 5th and 6th grade, it was introduced. And from September, it is also already obligatory from the second year. The upper classes have been changed, updated, and we have the issues like the algorithm, the learning, visual, the software design. Of course, we cannot introduce the difficult software languages. We cannot ask them, but some basic concepts are being introduced. It's a pilot project in schools, and maybe, yeah, maybe we will extend these programs. So this program is in progress already from the second year up to the sixth one. It is already an obligatory subject. If there are more questions to the participants, are there questions? Any questions? In each and every school, both the public schools as well as in the private schools, we introduce new standard from the second year up to the sixth year. So next question is, what was the failure of the Ministry of Education during the pandemic? Maybe it's a question to Maka Makatadze or Mr. Zviad, also Marika Sikharulidze. I don't know. Maybe you, Mr. Zviad, you was the last one. Maybe we start from the higher education. Yes, the challenge is quite big because you know that the module of the education, they also includes the estimation of some the social elements. And for the lecturer, it is not easy to look at the screen during the lecture, especially when the students are turning off cameras. And there is a big problem of the communication. Another is the technical problem. When the lecturer explains the topic and any technical problem may interrupt him, may disrupt his or her mobilization. In this part, we are facing some of the problems. So another problem, the problem of literature. It was found that biggest part of the literature was not digitalized. We have introduced the digital books only of the recent year, so they are uploaded on the website which were in fact financed or funded by the donor organizations. And as far as I remember, all the professors allowed the libraries to scan them and to copy them. And the last one, it is a phase of the examination, which is also very sensitive because we do not have testing regime at all, because it is not possible just to examine, because they can copy down from the books. That's why we introduce quiz system as well as the case study system. Therefore, the checking of the knowledge is another problem. Okay, Maka, please. You know, we did not have the technical problems because you know that we introduced different type of these systems, including LMS, quiz, examination system. But here we are facing different the problem. That is the flexible skills, where the students have no skills for the self-management, self-development. And before pandemic, we also wanted just to introduce sort of the flipper classroom, but here we are facing the problem. the students from the meeting to the meeting, they do not prepare themselves, and still they hope that whatever is introduced by the lecturer, they have to take only that knowledge and do not work on themselves. That is the problem. No self-education. Another is again about the virtual collaboration. It is also about the flexible skills. They don't know how to build up the virtual communication. With the professors, we didn't have the problem because they are relatively younger, up to 30 years, and the subjects also are related to the technologies. Yeah, that's why we speak here about the flexible skills. Yeah, so performance-based soft skills, etc., which are very important for the other universities. They need to think about it, maybe from the different angle. And Marika Sikharulidze, when it comes to the general education, we more or less addressed this issue. From the beginning, it was not easy. However, we found the consensus where the teachers and students meet each other and how technically we could solve this problem. However, still we have the remaining the problems. It is the pedagogical part of the distance learning methodology, how to teach it, etc. Didactics, what type of means and tools exist just to transfer the knowledge using the distance learning. We've been working during the entire year just to set up this type of the resources. We do hope that within the strategy 2022 we would be able to introduce. It is also quite difficult to have the specific gadgets, devices in the families, in the households, and even one gadget is there, and they have three children. What should be done? How the family can divide it among three children? Yeah? One is the quality in the mountain area, in the remote area, etc. But on the other hand, this is a number of gadgets and some other technological devices in order to have the equal access as well as equal involvement of the family members. And maybe we need to think about it. All of the stakeholders are here and maybe they have already the answer how to resolve this problem. Here is the replica, and maybe they say that maybe we need some hybrid electronic teaching for the higher educational institutions. Do we have the data how the activities increase the access to the internet? Maybe it is a question to Ms. Sopot-Valavadze, please. Yes. In the previous panels, the participants talked about this issue. You know that within the Login Georgia project, we have the OpenNet. It's specifically for the rural area as well as for the mountain area. And now Guria region is already connected and they have quite a good quality. So when it comes to the coverage, we are doing our best. Now about schools, we've heard the interventions of other panelists. Yes, the schools are well covered. So for the children, yeah, it is possible. It is possible to consider it as a positive one. Thank you very much. Next question is, when it comes to the problem of mountain area and the teachers have the problem, who is responsible for solving this type of the problem? So we had the representatives from the management bodies. They have the hotline. You can connect with them. Sandro, in the mountain area, we still have this problem. Yeah, in some of the places there are low quality communication, or in some places we do not have it at all. So if you think that you need some assistance, if there is no communication, it is interrupted, you have to get in touch with that center. The next question is about the situation at schools. Yeah, situation is not equal. There are some schools which are quite well supplied with the computers, but the schools where they have a very few students, they are not well equipped. In some of the schools, we have even more teachers rather than the students, and it is not so easy, yeah, when it comes to the smaller schools. Sandro, maybe we need to add here that the books are also given to the children, and maybe the parents do their best to, let's say, use them in their everyday life. You know, we are very special with regard of this type of the approach, because each and every the first grade student at school is given to the computer, and they can learn it, and it is a gift, so-called book. And the last question, and we don't have more time. So work in Georgia doesn't take into account the last or the final consumer. In the rural area, there is not the fixed internet. No one knows about the quality. Okay, Mr. Sandro, but the author of the question already heard the answer from the side of the ministry as well as from the regulating commission. So both of the offices work in this direction in order to solve this problem. And the problem is quite widely known, and very serious work is in progress now. Let me add that still the problem is to pave the way, or the, let's say, road for the cable. If there is no cable, it is really very difficult. If the cable is there, something is possible to be done, and it is a lesser problem rather than the absence of the cable at all. And the author of the comment also asks about the development of the smaller telecom operators in order not to have lobbying there from the side of the bigger providers. Yeah. Yeah, as I already mentioned, it would be the last question because we are behind of our agenda. I would like to thank all participants of this panel. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sandro, thank you very much indeed. No, please don't say goodbye, because we have one reporter who has to summarize. Yeah, we are here. We are here. I just tried not to abuse our time. I think we managed. We managed to confine ourselves in the time.
მიკროფონი აქვს გამორთული.
თქვენ გაქვთ მიკროფონი გამორთული?
ზუმის მიკროფონია გამორთული.
ისევ გამორთულია. გამორთულია ისევ, მიკროფონი ისევ გამორთულია. რაღაცას აჭერს ხელს.
პრობლემას. თუ შეიძლება რომ რეპორტერს თხოვოთ რომ გითხრას.
There was a problem of the microphone, so they would like to ask the reporter to summarize, to sum up specifically the major challenges for the, who is the reporter? Teona. Teona. Teona says that she's here. Welcome everybody. My name is Teona Dorashvili. Very briefly, let me tell you about the different directions, of course, based on our speakers. First of all, I would like to start with the school problems. It has been mentioned from the very beginning that the problems they had when they just started using the distance learning. But now the problem is this methodology of teaching, how effectively to deliver the subject, the content, etc., to the students. Another problem was the technical, the supply and provision of the schools in the capital city. It is much better rather than in the regions. The next is about the different shortage in devices in the family, but one solution is a so-called book which is given to the first year students at school. Quite often we can hear some complaint from the side of the family with regard of the gadgets and devices, their quality, their absence and lack. Also, the speakers talked here about the professors, their readiness, about the digitalization of the literature, about the research which should be put also in the online regime. And therefore, here we can speak about the pandemic situation to consider the possibility of the legislative changes, introduction of the special things in the curricula, in the master's course, in the bachelor's course, etc. So, when it comes to the changes of the digital skills and the competencies, yes, of course, the young children are getting the skills. However, we have the problem with regard of the self-management, and this type of the lack of the self-management is the barrier. And when it comes to the panelists, they all talked about the role of the state as well as the skills and the competencies, its development, and the representative of the ministry itself talked about it. And here we underlined the situation existing today in our country, as well as the ongoing projects, also some skills and competencies within the digital sphere. They plan to elaborate the new strategy. State does its best in order to plan good measures to help to the population, of course, in general, and specifically to within the field of the education. And finally, I would like to tell you that based on the intervention of our panelists, as these problems are not unique only for Georgia, and it was also mentioned that it's quite clear that problems exist in Europe with regard of the digital inequality within the skills. It has been mentioned that Nordic countries are better prepared, and the problems are in the countries like Georgia. However, we found very good findings here, which is first of all about the eradication of the digital inequality. But on the one hand, we do not have this problem, but we have the problem with regard of the digital literacy, and the people may have the access, but due to the lack of the knowledge and the literacy, they do not use the new technologies. Here we need to pay attention with the special focuses on the children and as well as on the elders. And finally, let me summarize it is really important on the one hand from the side of the state to take care of the development of the infrastructure, but on the other hand, when it comes to the digital the skills, it is very important to underline what type of skills we need to be developed. Would it be the media? Would it be the security and safety issues? Would it be, for instance, new technologies, etc., etc.? So first and foremost, we need the specific studies with regard of the digital skills and competencies, and then based on them we need to develop the educational curricula, and it must be done through the involvement of the state agencies, NGOs, etc., and wider society. Mr. Sandro, please finish.
Thanks for the summary. And once again, I'd like to thank all the panelists. And many thanks to the listeners for your attentive listening. Many thanks on our side for your participation and for a successful panel. We'll take a break, a technical break for 5 minutes, and then we'll get on to the next session on cybersecurity, issues of cybersecurity at the request of one of the panelists. We will not be streaming live Facebook and YouTube live. So if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, please switch to Zoom. There's a link on the web page, and you can watch live today's session. So you cannot watch this final session in YouTube or on Facebook. You should move to a live Zoom stream.